but welcome anyways. I am going to be working on Remake.js today. I hope that, uh, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoy this. It'll be fun. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to just start out by sharing this stream with a few people. Should just take a second. Got that. I'll just put it in the Remake.js website. Okay. Oh, and I should say live coding. Um, okay, live coding, Remake.js. Come join. Okay, cool. Post this one. Live coding Remake.js, a web app framework that makes building web apps easy and fun. Okay, we'll post that one too. Close this. Go to makers. Go to ship streams. I want to just see if like this one is actually showing me or not. Oh, it looks like it is. Oh, but I don't have a profile photo. That's weird. Can I change that? How do I'll log in here. Okay. Got that. Let's just see if anyone's in the chat yet. Nope. Okay. Oh, I guess I have to log in with Twitch. That's probably what it is. Okay, so now maybe I can change my profile photo on this site. Edit profile, avatar, and then I'm going to go into Dropbox and then into me. Where's me? There we go. And we got that photo. And we'll say David. And for the cover image, we can go into downloads and we'll go into sample images and we'll just grab like one of these. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, that one's fine. Okay, and then I guess for the website we can just paste in that. And the Twitter, I guess it's good to have a Twitter, right? So we'll just do Panphora, and I'll post that in there. Web, we'll say like web developer and designer and update profile. Oh, so it just wants the name, I guess, for that. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. So now if I refresh this, it looks like that. Now if I go to the home page, it's going to look like, oh, I'm a real streamer and I'm live and someone can switch to it. Okay, awesome. So we got that done. We've got a background gradient for our chat, which I actually just want to check out real quick. So if I go to Panphora, I wonder if I can save this. Can I save this? I guess not. I wonder if, no. I don't think if I copy that and paste it in, it's going to work. Okay, so I just want to see this background. I like that background for the chat. Okay, nice. So now I'm going to paste this in. Now this one's always hard because it only supports 80 characters max. So I always have to rewrite it. Hey, Red Hat Ranger, how's it going? How are you doing? I'm just finishing posting about the stream so that people know it's up. So live coding a web app framework, and then I'll just do that. That looks good. So I'll post that in Product Hunt. Fine, what about you? I am doing pretty good. Yeah, working on the framework today. I'm going to make a few improvements, and then I'm going to try to make a Trello clone all within an hour, which should be fun. It's going to be like a pretty simple Trello clone where you can just like drag these back and forth. I no, I don't really know Laravel, but um, I do subscribe to a podcast that you might be interested in. That's all about Laravel. Hey, Commander Root. Hey, Solive. Hey, Energies Bot. Um, but let me see. Laravel. There's the Laravel News podcast. You might be interested in that. And then there's also I guess, the official Laravel podcast, and they do a bunch of interviews with people. Those might be informative or or useful for you. But yeah, I've heard a lot of really good things about Laravel. Um, why are you learning Laravel right now? Um, okay, so yeah, Laravel's free. The podcasts are free too. Yeah. Um, okay, so I'm gonna just post in a couple more places. Da, da, da. Post in here. Oh, you're deep into Laravel. Um, what were you asking if it was free? Is it, were you asking if the podcast was free? Okay, I'm not going to post in here. I feel weird about spamming that community because it's like a super nice community. Um, so I'm going to just post in here. Dun, 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 and we'll say, like, I'll like talk about it later in that community. But for now, I'm not going to post about it. Yeah, so normally podcasts are free. Um, But yeah, Laravel, I've heard really good things about. I've actually wanted to learn it for like a really long time because I think like PHP is like totally the way to go. Um, in terms of like if you want to get a website up really quickly and like be able to host it pretty much anywhere. There's so many hosting companies. You want to join my Slack community? Um, well, if I get to know you better, I might invite you. I sorry, I can't invite you right away. It's just because like it's kind of a close group of friends. I should probably make another community that's just for this Twitch channel. Um, but if I do get to know you better, I will invite you. Um, okay, live coding. Um, sorry, sorry, dude. But if I, which are you a member of any Slack communities? Because I could recommend some really awesome ones to you if you're curious, or if you tell me like what you're interested in. Um, I don't know. Maybe yeah. Tell me like what you're interested in and like what you like to work on and what you like to do. Um, and then I can recommend some communities that I'm also a member of that I really enjoy. Hey VNK, what's up? How are you doing? Okay, so let's see. Last time I worked on this framework, and I, but so like last time I got to the point where I have an npm package that you can install. So if you do like npm install Remake.js right now, it's going to work, and you're going to have the latest version of the code. But the time before that, I worked on this application, which is not started up right now. So I'm going to go start it up. Um, and this application lets us post progress updates and add tasks to each progress update. So it's a pretty cool little app, and we built it all within like an hour, hour and a half. And it lets us add like a new progress update. It lets us check off tasks. If we refresh, the data should save, but you'll notice it just didn't save right there. So that's a bug I should look into. If I update this task and save it. Okay, so I think, oh yeah, I know what's going on here, or I think I know what's going on here. I'm testing the save functionality for Remake and actually adding improvements to it. And so I think the save attribute isn't on the right place right now because I'm testing it. So that's actually where I'm going to start off with. So you see at the top here of Solvin, how's it going? Hello, hello. How's it going? What are you up to today? So today I'm going to start with improving the save attribute. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. So right now we have this save attribute that'll save all of the data on the page. And then I also have this save attribute, which you can pass a path to. And that'll let you like save specific data to a specific spot in your like saved data. So like say you have like a giant object of like, you know, a bunch of progress updates. So it's like a list, right? And then like each of those has like an object in it. So it's like, you know, a progress update. And then each of these progress updates has like a list of tasks in it. So this path syntax lets you save your data to a specific spot. So you can save it to like the first task here, or you can. Sorry, Selvin, I'm going to answer your question in one second. So like say you have this list, right? And that's progress updates, and then this object is a progress update, and then you have these tasks, and you want to just save like the first task. You don't want to save the entire object. This new syntax that I'm working on is going to let you just save to that task. But I don't want to spend very much time on this because I think it's not going to be that useful of a feature in the near term when you're trying to build out something that's a little bit more robust. It definitely will come in handy, so I definitely want to have it, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. So Solvin says, I'm running lots of transaction purchases by hand today and attaching everything into a massive email to the finance department to make sure the new transaction system works. Then tomorrow I'll refund all of them and see that they're properly refunded. Huh, that's cool. How's your week been? So my week has been really busy and hectic and just a lot. I've been trying to squeeze in time for Remake.js. I actually did like an extra stream last Saturday because I just was so excited about working on it. And so probably the most exciting thing about my week is like thinking about improving Remake and making it better. And I just got an NPM package released for Remake. So it's actually like live on NPM, and that took a while on Saturday. But this awesome person in chat, thank you. Yeah, this awesome person in chat like just like really helped like me figure out how to get the package set up and like working. And I'm actually using npm link on the front end to like link the npm package to like my local packages, my local projects, so that I don't have to keep like publishing the npm package in order to like update it. I can just work with it locally. And npm link has actually been like a total dream to work with. And if you guys are curious about like what that looks like, all you have to do is, yeah, it's so good. All you have to do is like go into your like npm package. So say this is like a framework that you're developing, right? It's just like in your in some kind of Git repository, and it has like a package JSON, and you've published it. I think even you don't even have to have published it, just as long as it has a package JSON with a version and a name. And then all you do is you run npm link in this package directory. That's all, npm link. And then anywhere else that you want to install it, you can. So for this example, let's go into Blipcat, which is the current project we're working on. And let's just do npm link. And then we just have to type in the name of the package we want to link, and it'll link it. So it'll create a symlink between the node modules package in the current project, and point that to it'll point that to the original package. And when you update the original package, it'll automatically update it in your new project because it's symlinked. And one of the coolest things about it is that it doesn't edit your package JSON. So like I'm in Blipcat right now. If I go into the package JSON and I look at Remake.js, it just looks like it's regularly installed. So I can like push this code out to like a repo, and someone else can install it. And this isn't going to be pointing to like a local path or anything. It's exactly what it looks like as if you're grabbing the remote repository. So it's like a really nice way of doing local development. I actually ran into some problems with npm link when I was trying to use it a while ago, but it works so good. You worked on this weekend too? Nice, great minds think alike. So, oh, nice. Huh, that's so cool. So yeah, if you guys want to know like more details about this, you can look at Solvin's notes. Working with packages in development so you don't have to push to npm repositories to test things. Wow, we did the same thing. So you can install the to an absolute path. Um, oh yeah. I remember reading this exact sentence from an article about this. So you do this npm link. Yep, this is exactly it. Um, Unlink. Okay. So if you want to unlink it, but you don't never have to unlink it. I mean, you can just uh, yeah. Why? I'm curious why you would want to unlink it. Because I think if you just go into like your project directory, you can just do npm install, like Remake.js, like at latest, and it's going to install it from the npm repository and remove the symlink. Um, so I mean, even though it's still in the global like node modules folder, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you can do that, or if you unlink it, it should fall back to the version installed. Oh, okay, so then it should fall back to the npm version. Okay, so I guess that's one option is to clean it up if you want. But unlinking on the global is good if you have other projects. Okay. Hey, Flipcoder, how's it going? What are you up to? So I'm going to actually relink this. Remake.js. Okay, so now we've got a working version of this, I think. And I'm going to just try to figure out what's going wrong with these save paths. I actually have to kind of like figure out what the heck I was working on. So Salvin says, so next week I'll ask what you were up to again and see if we worked on the same thing again. Yeah, totally. Um, that would be pretty cool if we did. So I got to go into Remake.js and see what was the latest thing that I pushed out here. So I said I added support for the path argument. So I think this is working now. Um, there are a few things I want to improve about this still. um, so Flipcoder wrote a package today that allows you to write web apps contained in one file. Whoa, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, link it in the chat. I want to check that out too. I'm gonna stay focused for now, but I'm definitely gonna check that out later in the stream. Um, okay, so we have this default save function, which should be executing a save to the right place. But the thing is, we also have these save paths now. So I'm going to get rid of the save paths because I just want to make sure that the regular save is working. So Zerk, by the way, says it looks like it get messy fast. Are you talking about Flipcoder's framework? Yeah, he says, yeah. So I think like Remake.js is the same way. Like, a lot of developers, they have their own way of working on things and they just want to, have like a really simple way of creating a web app quickly that feels natural for them. So yeah, that's probably what Flipcoders is all about, is just like, let me get something up really quick that works well for me. And then, if it turns into more than a prototype, then I'll use, a more advanced framework. Um, but that sounds really cool, actually, having just like a single file. It kind of sounds like a PHP. Um, like I think one of the benefits of PHP is like you can literally put a single file on a server and you can have an entire, web app with that. I mean, it can get messy and whatever, but there's not really another programming language that you can do that with. Like even JavaScript, like it'd be pretty hard to just have a single file, that would do that. That's definitely not. Um, but I mean, if you've built that flip coder, that's pretty cool because I think that'd be really sweet if you could just upload a file and then boom, you've got an entire web app. Okay, so I'm gonna I think I'm gonna just check to see if this has the save attribute on it. Okay. Um, is it written in JavaScript? Looks like you have a custom extension there. Um, okay. It's LiveScript. Oh, okay. Did you know? I'm pretty sure LiveScript is the original name for JavaScript. Like before it was called JavaScript, wasn't it called LiveScript? Okay, so I'm going to update that. I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh. Okay, so that's saving. Now if I change the task and refresh, that's saving too. If I change the task down here, like I change this to that, that's saving too. If I add a task and then refresh, that's saving too. And if I uncheck this, um, that's so weird that unchecking doesn't work the first time. So when I click the first time, it's not working. That's definitely an implementation bug. That's not a bug with Remake. That's an implementation bug. So I should fix that. But it looks like everything's pretty much saving. Um, oh, nice. You were playing with it the other day, and you didn't get too far, but it looks pretty cool. Yeah, if you check out the like annotated to-dos app, it's a pretty quick read. Like if you just look at this one, annotated source code, I should probably rename that. But this just takes you through like an example app and what every single line is doing in the example app and just explains it. Um, this is probably like a really good place to start. I'm gonna actually rename that real quick. Now I feel bad. Like I didn't check out your project, but I'm checking out your remake project. Um, so this is your backend. Um, okay, so yeah, you're using like a data file too. You're using data.json. I'm going to replace that in the future, so it's using like Mongo. I just wanted to have like a quick setup. So let's see your index. Okay, nice. So you're using, just by the way, I did change this so that it's called save defaults. So if you update to the latest version of Remake, um, uh, notes, data key, notes, type list. That looks good. Did I new note and notes? Nice. That looks good. Then you have note here, editable with remove, ditto type key. Yeah, this all looks good. Yeah. So what wasn't working about it? Because this looks like it should work, unless it was the back end that wasn't finished. Okay, so now we know saving's working for this. So now I'm curious why the path saving isn't working. Okay, you think it was just a bug? I'd be curious if you do try it out again, like what the bug was, because it might not be a bug with your code. It might be a bug with Remake, like or with like a usability bug where, like obviously if I'm explaining something and then you don't understand how to use it, that's a bug on my part, like not on your end, like I should be explaining it better. So any specific detail you could give around that, and I'm gonna check that out because dude, that's so cool that you built something with it. That makes me so happy actually. Um, I'm gonna make like a note of this. Check this out. And I'm also going to make a note of your framework, just in case I don't get to it on the stream. I'm gonna definitely check it out later. Maybe I'll do a stream about it too. We'll see. Uh, but yeah, I'm gonna definitely look at that. Let me just like quickly see. Oh, you should totally have like an example here. Um, like, yeah, huh? Is this the web app? So you have like npm and yarn and grunt stuff defined all in here. Yeah, this kind of feels like PHP a little bit. Is this so? This file is the framework. Oh, check out basic. Okay, okay, basic example. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Okay, so you export a config. So this is just like where things go. Export npm. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to do, but maybe it's going to define an npm package. And then the view. Okay. Oh, okay, got it. Yep, that makes sense. And then on the client, oh wow, so this is like Meteor. Have you ever, you must have used Meteor because this feels exactly like Meteor.js, this section right here. Um, Console log, get, render, index. That's really sweet, actually. Yeah, they have so JavaScript files that live on the server and the client. And so um, like they live at the same time on both the server and the client. And so in a single JavaScript file, you can be like, if server, then do this. If client, then do this. And then Meteor behind the scenes will actually split that file out so that it'll only have the if client part on the client, and then it'll only have the if server part on the server. They're like really smart about all that kind of stuff, but for this too, even. This is a cool idea though. This is really cool. So then you get it. So this is this is your hello world example. I'd be curious about what like a to-dos app looks like. Something that's functional that you're actually adding data with. Or is this meant for like with using a like React.js or something? But yeah, I like this. This is cool. I wonder, I'm like really looking forward to the day where like web hosts support JavaScript and Node.js as well as they support PHP. Like you can go to any web host, $2 a month or $3 a month, dump a PHP file on there, and boom, you're set to go. But with with Node.js and JavaScript, they're so hard to find like a good host that's like cheap and inexpensive. I know there's Heroku, but like they're not going to give you great performance for like the free plan. I just wish it was like as ubiquitous to just like dump a JavaScript file, and like you have a web app. That would be pretty cool. And like database built in, like you need a database. You can do a Linode and use a proxy app to route paths to different node apps. Yeah, I mean, it's just like so much to set up. I mean, so my plan with that is to just use Linode or DigitalOcean and just have like some scripts that I can run to set up the server. But I haven't gotten to that point yet. Um, but yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so let's look at this save path thing. So the idea behind this path variable, or this path, it's not a variable, like argument, is that so it's going to feed. data into the default save, it's gonna feed all of the data below it, but it's not going to know where to put this data. So like this save attribute is on a single uh, on a single progress update, right? So it's just on this single progress update right here. And so you need to tell it like, okay, we're going to save to a specific spot in the data. So we're going to save to progress update and then the progress update index. So if you're editing the first progress update, we're going to save to index 0. If we're editing the second progress update, we're going to save to index 1. And that's not something you're normally going to have to use because you can just save the whole page with Remake.js. Like, it's not going to care. That's the normal way of doing it when you're first prototyping an app, is just use this data attribute at the top of your app, save the entire app every time. But the point of this path is that, okay, what if you're just viewing a single progress update? Like, what if this page that you're viewing is like a tweet page? You know, like if you go to a single tweet on Twitter, it just pops up that single tweet, right? And just gives you a view of that single tweet. Now, if you're just on that page, you're not in the context of the list of progress updates, then how do you know how to save? Where are you going to save to? Well, your URL is going to look something like this. It's going to be like progress update and then like 5, right? And that's going to represent like we're looking at the 6th progress update because we're using in a 0 index, right? So you're looking at the 6th progress update, so you're going to have access to this URL parameter of 5. And so you're just going to put that into the save path. So you're going to say path is progress updates and then dot, and then you're going to just say 5. And then it's going to know to save this data, all of the data of this progress update, inside this path. So it's going to go into progress updates in your data. So if you look at data, it's going to go into progress updates, right? And it's going to go into the 6th one, and then it's going to overwrite that or extend that with the data in this progress update. And so it gives you the ability to create these single pages that that have their own data that aren't in the context of a list, and then save the data to a specific spot. So the problem, I'm running into a little problem though with this because I don't know if it's actually working. I guess I got rid of my server. Did I? No, it should still be working. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to check the network when I save this. So I'm going to say finish all work tasks. And I'm going to just add an exclamation point. I'm going to do this. Now if I look at the save, it's not passing any data back there, which is weird. So if I refresh this, wait, what? It worked? It saved it? I guess it's working then. Okay. I really didn't want to spend so much time on this. Okay, what's happening then? So let's just say like finish to-dos and we'll save that. Let's look in here. What is going on here? So the payload, oh, okay, this is the response. Yeah, okay, of course. So the payload is this path of progress updates .0, so that's telling it where to save it, and then it's passing everything back there. Now, the problem I was running into with this before is that if you have a list of items and you have a save path on one of the items, so let's look at this item. We have this save path, right, of default save path progress update 0, and we add an item. So we add this progress updates. Hey, Angel of Light, welcome to the chat. What are you working on today? What do you like to work on? Let us know. So if you add a progress update, this path is going to have to change, right? Because like say we add a progress update at the top of the page, then the save path for this item is actually going to be one extra, right? It's going to have moved inside in the data to the next level. So I made this way of recomputing the save path every time you add an item, and let's see if that works. So if I add, for some reason when I click this, it doesn't work sometimes the first time. I don't know if it's because it's losing focus from the console or if it's a bug with the app. Okay, but I clicked that. I added a new progress update. Now we can see that the save path has been recomputed. So for the second one, it's updated to 1, and for the first one, it's updated to 0. And if I refresh, everything's working. Okay, so now I want to try it with nested save paths. So now in the task, I want to have a default save, and I want to do the path in here is going to be to-dos and then the task index. That doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't make sense because our data looks like this. It looks like progress updates and then tasks. So yeah, we want this to be tasks, but we need a longer string for this path because we need to use the progress update path. Okay, so this should work, where we have, so yeah, if you're using the npm package, then you're going to want to use default save instead of all. I just thought it was more, like it made more sense than all. Yeah, so it's default save now. And if you want to install Remake.js, it's just the npm package is just Remake.js. Okay, so this should be, the path should be progress updates, and then we're going to get the progress update index, and then we're going to get the tasks off of that, and then we're going to get the task index. Okay, so let's save that and refresh this. So now let's just check to make sure we have the right save paths on all these. So this one is progress updates 1, right? Because we're on the second one. It sort of works. I can add notes, but the removal and save buttons don't work. That's weird. Yeah, so what is the, can you update, let's see. Is this updated? Let's remove. So do you have a save endpoint? Okay. Post save. One save and two removers. Huh. There shouldn't be two remove buttons. There's two remove buttons? That's weird. There shouldn't be two remove buttons. Okay, so read file. Okay. Well, maybe, yeah, maybe if I could run this, I could debug it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. So it looks like the save path for the, but yeah, Flipcoder, I really appreciate you checking it out. That's awesome. Okay, so so we have task 0, task 1, this is on progress update 1. So this should work with the save path. So let's change this to like get a dog, and we'll save it. If we refresh, it's working. Now, we might be wondering, well, maybe it's just the default save is working, or maybe it's the save on the progress updates that's working. So let's delete both of those. And now we'll refresh. And now only tasks should be able to be updated because they're the only ones that have um, a save attribute on them. So let's change this to get a cat, and then let's refresh, and now it's working. So we know that that's all working. Now let's add back our other save paths and refresh one more time. Hey Janar, how's it going? What are you working on today? Um, Post in chat if there's a project that you want us to check out, um, or you can just tell us what you like to work on. So here, the last thing I want to just debug and check is if we add new tasks and new progress updates, is everything going to look good? So let's add a few new tasks there and a new progress update and just see if all of the save paths updated. So this one has 0. This task inside of it should be, okay, yep, this is a problem. This is a big problem. So this save path didn't get updated because, oh man, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Oh my God. So because it's a nested save path, it has like on the back end, it has no idea that this progress update is at index 0. It does know that its task is at index 0 because it has the context for that. Um, but yeah, it doesn't know about the progress updates index. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I think maybe the save path thing is just not going to work with adding new items to the list on the same page for now. I think in the future I would love to add that. I mean, all I have to do is make the backend know about, what the current items index is, um, and then and then just add that into the template. But for now, I think it's not worth my time because the save path, like even when we are going to use it, it's not going to be used. It's not going to be used when you're in a list normally. Normally, you're going to be on a separate page, and you're not going to be like reordering items and everything. You're just going to be working with that single item. So you're going to get the 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 index of the like progress update from the URL. You're not going to have to get it from the backend. So you're going to be on like a page like this, and you're just going to be viewing a single progress update, and and then you'll be able to compute the save path from that. But you're not going to have to deal with all these recomputed save paths. But I guess just while I'm here, let me just think, is there an easy way to update this too? So yeah, I guess there is kind of an easy way, which is if we look at this, wait, what? Wait, this doesn't even have a path on it. So if we look, it removed the, for some reason it removed the path. So it should look like this, but it looks like this without the path instead. So I made a mistake there. So let's fix that first of all, because that should definitely not be happening. Okay, so let's go into Remake.js. I'm almost done with this section. I really didn't want to spend so much time on this. I wanted to work on the Trello clone more, and I'm going to have to do some design work on that first. But so let's go into Remake, and I'll open up a different terminal, and we'll go into Remake.js, and then we're going to run our watch so that we're rebuilding this, and we're going to go into input.js, and I believe it's in here. No, it's not in. Oh yeah, it is. So this is where we recompute the save path, and at the end here is probably where the problem is. So we set the attribute to the save attribute value. Which we say save function name and save path. So it's just here we need to say path colon before the save path. So if we do that, and now if we add a new item, I don't know if that worked. I think that worked, yeah, okay. So now if we go in here and we go into the tasks, right here, now we should see, yeah, path is there, and on the top level we also have path. Okay, so that makes sense. So one thing I could do in order to get all of this path stuff working, which already I'm a little uncomfortable with how I'm recomputing the path because I'm I'm doing it all on the front end, which is a little not great. Ideally, this framework would work a lot on the back end and not very much on the front end, so that because the whole point of it is that it's super fast for your users. So it's a little nasty to do a lot of computation on the front end. It's not really that much if it's a short list, but if you had a long list with a lot of items, say it's like 1,000 items, you're definitely going to notice here. But if it's computing it all on the back end, it's going to, not take as much memory or processing in your browser. So your browser is going to feel more responsive, and it's probably going to be faster to do it on the server anyways. But we can work on that in the future. For now, let's just think about how I can fix all this. So what I'm thinking is I already have this save path up here. So I could like use this save path as part of this one, but I don't think that's a great idea. Because I mean, we don't want like save paths to be reliant on other save paths. That doesn't make any sense at all. They're supposed to be independent. So like this shouldn't be required to exist in order for us to compute the nested save path. Because like if you just want to save tasks separately and you don't want to save progress updates separately, that's totally fine. That should be totally fine. So I guess the question is, how do I know what the index of this progress update is? Hey Tronbo, how's it going? Also, I saw someone else just join, but I forgot who it was. Sorry I didn't call you up. Let us know what you're working on. Let us know what you like to do. And if you're curious about anything, let me know. So yeah, how would we know the index of this progress update? We'd have to pass it in. We'd have to pass it in to the back end. And then when we're rendering the task, we could get it. It's just such a pain in the butt. It really is just such a pain. It's like it's not clean. It doesn't feel like I don't know. I don't want to say like elegant, but like it doesn't feel like the right thing to do. Because then it's like it just like messes with everything. I feel like there should be a pretty nice way to do it, pretty elegant way to do it, but I don't know what that is. So if I'm rendering this progress update from the front end, I don't know how to get this. So I'm recomputing it on the front end. But then I do know how to get this, but I don't know how to get this. Oh, okay. So if I was going to do it on the front end, what I could do is I could look at the closest list. I could see its key, and then I could see what index the current element is at, and then I could use that. That's so messy. I don't want to do that. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just say for now, I'm going to just add to the documentation, and I'm going to just say save path won't work um, for like double nested. I don't know. What's a good way of saying it? Save path will only work for simple, for like simple cases, um, for simple cases, like when you have, okay. Save path, let's say, will always work. We'll do like the best path first. I forget what that's called. It's like the happy path. We'll do the happy path first. So we'll say save path will always work um, if you're getting the indices from the URL. Yeah, Flipcoder makes a really good point. Flipcoder says, should you use unique unique IDs instead of indices so that they can be modified by another user while updating at an index? That's a really good idea. That's something I've thought about a lot because I know that's what that's what React does, or it's kind of what React relies on when you have like a list of items. They want a unique key. Um, and it's just a standard way of doing things. If you're editing an item, you want to make sure you're editing the right item, so give it a unique ID. um, the only issue with that is the idea behind remake is that it's just like super fast and easy. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just like if you are adding data to the DOM, that data is going to be reflected in your database, and they're going to look exactly the same. So you're going to, like, if you're manipulating something on the front end, manipulate it by its index. I feel like creating a new ID for everything in a list, it makes it a lot more complicated. Yeah. I mean, it's possible, right? So if like you're adding a new item, then when you go into um, yeah, I mean, I've thought about this a lot, and I've usually decided against it because it adds this other layer. But let's just see how it would look real quick. So if you're adding a new item, then you would probably pass an ID. So you would probably have an ID in the template. So in your say in your task, sorry, that's the data for the task. So say in your template, you'd have like at the top level, you'd say like data o key um, like ID, and then you'd have like a place for the ID to go, and you this would be auto generated, but it's this extra thing that you don't know where it's coming from. I guess it wouldn't be necessary. Like you wouldn't have to have it. It's just if you wanted it to be auto-generated. It could even just be like this, right? It could just be ID. So like if you want it to be there, then you have it, and then the save path would be the same thing. It would just use the current progress updates ID and then the current tasks ID. It does get a little bit more complicated because now this save path isn't going to work. It'd just be useful so data doesn't get clobbered when there's more than one user. Yeah, especially if data is nested. I mean, so yeah, what I was thinking about that is like just kind of falling back to the this is a framework for prototyping. It's not a framework for like multi-user like live data. Like if you want to build like a personal to-do list or a personal progress update list, you know, use this framework. But like if you're trying to create like the next Facebook or something, probably use, React or something. But like with Remake, you're going to be able to create a whole web app within an hour, whereas with React, it might take like a week or something, to get everything right and feeling right. So that was kind of my thinking around it. So the thing about using the IDs too is it's going to make, hey, hi from Belly.io. Hey, Soldy Mania, how you doing? Welcome. Are you involved in Belly.io, or are you a member there? How did you hear about it? Um, so like the nice thing about using indexes or indices is that like you have this example of a save path, and this just like makes sense, right? Where you have you're just looking at an object, right? And this is one key, and then this is the index, and then this is another key, and then this is the index. Now, if we were going to do this with IDs, how would that how would that look, right? Would hey, host me raffle. Um, I still don't know if host me raffle is a bot or not. Not sure. Um, Say something, host me raffle, if you are a real person. Um, just curious. I'm friendly to bots too, so even if you're a bot, I'll be happy. Um, so with IDs, I mean, I guess you could just like have the ID in here, but how is this going to know that it's an ID and not like a key, right? How is this not going to know that it's a nested object? Now, I think with like Firebase is a good example of like how it's possible to nest data. Use the dollar sign like Mongo for metadata. Do they do that? So you use this, or are you saying like this kind of thing? Like, and then that would represent the ID. It's just like no matter what we use, it's going to be a lot more complicated than this, right? Yeah. I mean, it's decent. It's not bad. I think you know what, Flipcoder. I think for now, I'm gonna just use this and try to make like remake functional enough that you can build your own demo apps and stuff. And then I think as people start to use it more and more, we'll see like what problems they run into. If multi-user like data conflicts becomes an issue pretty early on, I think at that point I should start brainstorming solutions to that. But I think for now, just having it be super, super simple, especially for newbies, is what's the most important. Um, okay, awesome. Yeah, that would be cool. Because I think so. Ideally, even if we do implement IDs, just so you know, I would want it to be optional. I would always want them to be able to go back to this old way of doing things. And also the thing about yeah. Okay, cool. And then also the thing about this in general is that you should never need save paths. Like like a if you're building like a demo app or you're building like a prototype, and even if you're like 3 months into development, you should still be able to just use this single save attribute where you're just saving the entire page over and over again. Even if you have like 1,000 elements on the page, this is going to be relatively fast to like parse the DOM, grab all the data from it, and send it to the back end. You should be relatively okay with that, like if you're developing apps. And then once that becomes non-performant, then you're going to want to use the specific save attributes. And even then, you don't need the save path. All you have to do is just change the name of the save function here. And you could just say like save, what is this? This is a task. So you could just say save task. And this is going to call a specific function. And then you can do whatever logic you want with your IDs or whatever in this function. So there's a way to define these custom functions. Um, and you don't need the save path. The save path is just to like save you time if you don't want to write that entire function and you just want the default save function to be able to handle all of your data for you. But the default save function isn't really doing anything special. It's just, it's just passing the path to the backend um, and making sure that the data gets inserted there. Ice Cream Codes, Mighty Core 1, and Energies Bot, welcome to the stream. Ice Cream Codes, are you still in Boston? You're the one that was in Boston, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you were. Are you still there? Are you? What? How's your trip going? Um, did you ever check out the Boston Public Library? Okay, so we've got this path. Okay, so yeah, oh, I was adding to the README. Okay, so save paths will always work if you're getting the path indices from a URL parameter. Hey, Mighty Core, how's it going? Save path will always work if you're getting the path indices from a URL parameter, but it doesn't work as well when the item is in a list, like a dynamic list that can have items rearranged or added. You left last night and got home at 1 a.m. this morning. The trip was great. Loved the library. um, your daughter and wife attended a tea party there. Oh yeah, those tea parties are awesome. Loved walking all around Boston. Solvin says, hey, I just realized you got a sub button. When did you get affiliate? Oh yeah, I got affiliate like end of last week. It was super exciting. I was not expecting it. I thought it would take more. Um, Mighty Core says it's too hot here in Germany. What are you working on? Thank you, Solvin. Uh, so ice cream codes, that sounds awesome. Um, I'm glad you guys were able to go to a tea party. I actually did. Um, I had a date there once, and the person I was dating thought it was like the best like date because we like went to the tea party thing and we got like the little they have like crumpets and like just like little treats and stuff, and they bring them out on this like three-tiered platter. Sullivan, you just subscribed at tier one. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. And Mighty Core is wondering what I'm working on. So I am updating the documentation. Humble cases, however. Okay. So I'm working on the documentation for a framework, and I'm about to start working on a Trello clone, I think. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you feel like so fancy when you're there. Um, let's do that. Okay. So I'm going to commit this change. Trello clone sounds awesome. Okay. Let's get to it then. We don't really need to worry about the save path anymore. There were a few improvements I was going to make to it, but it's not that important. They're not that important. Also, I was going to work on user accounts, but not today. Definitely not going to work on that today. Okay, so let's delete this save path stuff because we don't need it right now. And then let's just make sure there's nothing else going on. Yeah, I was going to do that, but that's only if I have extra time. Okay, so let's work on the Trello clone. So the first thing I want to do here is get a new project running. So let's get out of Blipcat and let's copy Blipcat. And we could copy the to-dos app too. They're both the same. I guess we'll copy to-dos because it's the to-dos the to-dos project is a tiny bit simpler. Um, and I don't know, it's just nice to have a simpler place to start. Um, Solvin, by the way, you are my my first subscriber ever. I've never had a subscriber before. S1 Faka, nice to see you again. How are you doing? What are you working on? You win. You totally win. Now you have like a special percent sign next to your name too. I have two? I didn't know I had two. What? I feel like I probably didn't appreciate the first person enough if I have two. Okay, so we'll say Trello clone. We'll rename that. Oh, nice. Flip code. Oh, man. You guys, that's so nice. I really appreciate that. I don't know why I didn't see that with this. Oh, okay. Here it is. It just didn't pop up as a notification. Ice Cream Codes, thank you for subscribing at tier one. Flipcoder, I mean, I wish I could thank you, but it's only a Twitch Prime subscription, so it doesn't really count, you know. So maybe no, I'm totally just kidding. I really appreciate it, dude. That's awesome. And it totally does count. I don't even know the difference between them. I just felt like teasing you. Because you know why I felt like teasing you? It's because I have Prime and I only subscribe with Twitch Prime to like my favorite streamers. I only use Twitch Prime, and I always feel a little bad about it because I'm like, is it the same or is it not? Like, what's the difference? Amazon's confusing, Twitch is confusing. So yeah, I was just like mirroring my own insecurities. But no, dude, I really appreciate it. Oh, it's the same. Okay, cool. So yeah, but yeah, I was just teasing you. Okay, so let's go into our Trello clone. Um, and let's just set it up. What programmers do you watch? Um, so I watch programmers mostly on YouTube. Um, but the live streamers I've watched in the past are Levels.io, which he's sometimes in here. He's not in here today, but he was in here a couple times ago. Um, and uh, I was seeing if I guess I don't have the ability to make a mod. I was gonna make you a mod, Salvin, but I don't know how. Um, but Levels.io, he's really good. And then West Boss. I don't know. I can't say enough good things about West Boss, honestly. Like, if you guys check him out, actually don't check him out because, like, I'll never see you again, honestly. He's such a good teacher. He's so inspiring. He seems like a super friendly guy. And his, like, tutorials are always on point. So, definitely check him out. There's also Fireship on YouTube. I've been thoroughly enjoying Fireship lately. Videos are slash mod username. Okay, let's see. Boom. You're now a mod. Um, cool. I'm not gonna. You're welcome. I'm not gonna mod like everyone who subscribes, but I know like Flipcoder and Ice Cream Codes have been here for a while, so I'm gonna mod them too. But just so you know, Solvin is the like Solvin's been here since day one, so she's like the default mod. Uh, I'm just having fun. I don't even know what this means. I think it means you can discipline people. Can't you like kick people and mute people now? Um, Ice cream coats. Cool. Uh, pay to become a mod. No, I'm just kidding. I'm probably not gonna mod just random people, but I know you. I know you guys. I know you people have like ice cream codes. Sullivan and Flipcoder have been here for a while, so that's why their mods. Not that we need mods. I mean, we haven't really gotten any really bad behavior. Uh, but yeah, maybe there'll be like an insurrection. If there are enough mods, like vote to vote to ban me from my own channel, will I be banned? That'd be pretty funny. Okay, so let's remove the Git the Git directory from here, and then let's remove node modules. I really get nervous every time I type in rmrf. That is definitely something that worries me. Let's remove blipcat there, and then let's drag in blipcat jtsom and Remus. How you guys doing? Okay, so now we've got, oh wait, I just dragged in blipcat again, didn't I? Okay, Trello clone. So now we've got the Trello clone. Let's open this up. I don't know what this cache directory is about. I'm gonna just delete that for now. We're gonna go into our package.json and we're just gonna rename this to Trello clone. And version 1.0, why not? Okay, so we'll go here. We're in Trello clone. We're going to do an npm install, and then we'll do an npm run dev, and we'll be started. Now I found this awesome CSS framework the other day called Spectre, and it just makes everything look so nice. I love how it looks. I was like a huge fan of Bulma for a while, and I actually still am. I feel like Bulma might even be easier to use than Spectre, but I like the way Spectre looks a little bit more. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have a little vote. Like, what do you guys think? Bulma might be a little bit easier to use, and I'm a tiny bit more experienced with it, or this beautiful, beautiful Spectre. You can ban, timeout, and it, okay, so you can ban and timeout. So Nalaj says they struggle with Bulma even. So yeah, the docs for Bulma are a little bit nicer, I think. Um, like this gives you like one example for every component, but like Bulma will give you like multiple examples, which is kind of nice. I think Bulma looks a tiny bit worse. Like if you look at their, like a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. I actually really love it. But like if you look at their radio buttons, they're just standard radio buttons, as with the checkbox. The drop down is nice, right? But then like look at this one. So Spectre, I guess the input boxes are equally nice. The drop down is pretty much exactly the same. They look exactly the same, don't they? Um, but the radio buttons are custom. Those look so much nicer to me. They have a form switch built in. You can get a form switch for Bulma too, but it's not built in. And the radio buttons are custom too. Look at that nice, like, subtle animation. Isn't that, oh, I love it. Okay, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I just use Bulma because it'll be easier? Or do you think I should dive in and learn Spectre as I'm building this thing up? We probably won't need that many components, so either way, it's probably going to be almost as fast. It might take like, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes longer with Spectre. Well, so you're saying OSX might override some of the styling, but yeah, not for, so normally the way that custom radio buttons and checkboxes work is they hide the native radio button or checkbox, and then the thing they're styling is like an element next to it. Okay, so go with Spectre so you can learn from my mistakes. If there are any other votes, uh, yeah, oh yeah, no. So yeah, they're not overriding the drop-down style. That would be bad, because then on mobile it would be a harder to use. Okay, 2 votes for Spectre. We're going with Spectre. Nice. 2 of my mods voted, so obviously they have 10 votes each, so it would take 20 people to override them, and we don't have 20 people in the channel. Okay, so let's democracy. uh, Okay, so let's design this. So we're going to do npm run dev. And so this is mostly going to be like a Spectre tutorial today because um, adding the adding the styles is going to be probably an hour, and then building it with Remake is probably going to be about an hour. I'm hoping. It's probably going to be longer than an hour because we're going to have like dragging and dropping and everything. So I really got to like build up uh, my endurance right now. Okay. Sorry for that loud gulp. That was a very loud gulp. Okay, so let's go into our home template. And for now, we're just going to delete all this because we don't want to start with anything that has to do with remake. We'll add that one thing at a time. For our partials, we'll leave this in as an example because it'll help us out later. We have a config. We can just call it the title. We'll call it Trello clone. Or actually, let's come up with like a unique name. How about like something that rhymes with Trello? Like, I just realized that Trello rhymes with hello, and I'm wondering if that's part of the reason for its success. That's probably most of the reason. Task fellow, I like that. I was just going to go with wrong ello, just because it sounds silly. Task fellow, I like. Um, okay, task fellow, that's fine. If anyone else has another vote, let us know. Okay, so we've got the head. Oh, wait. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that our user accounts were going to be staying, and they're in the head, so that's fine. And then the footer. So now if we refresh this, we should have task fellow, and then we have our top bar. So now we need some columns, I believe. So let's just like quickly bring this up in Sketch. I just like to have like a rough idea of what it's going to look like. So this is kind of how it's going to look, and we're going to have this. We're going to have like the name here, and then we're going to have like add column button here. The noob life. How's it going, dude? How's it going? How are you? You hanging in there, watching React tutorials and stuff? So this is going to be like the name of our board. We're not going to have multiple boards, by the way. Nice. Um, and I'll make buttons blue. So Noob Life says they're doing pretty good. That's good to hear. We are working on a Trello clone right now. Remake's doing pretty good. I actually released an NPM package. I think you were there for the Saturday stream, right? Okay, and then we're going to have some columns. And each column is going to have, so each column is going to have a button, and it's going to be like add, I don't know what we call it. If you guys have ideas for like what I should name these, like I really don't like the idea of having an add column, but I don't want to like just copy Trello exactly. So for now, it's just going to be like add item and add column. But if you have better ideas for what these could be called, let me know. And then this is going to be the column name. Column name. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And we're going to have this. Ideally, this add button is going to be next to the column name, but for now, we'll just leave it under it. And then obviously, the main feature of Trello is that you have these things inside of the columns. So we're going to have that. And then we're going to have like the same thing for the next column. So let's delete that one, and so we'll just copy this one over here. And this one will have fewer items. Are you the only one that uses chat in my stream? No, a lot of people were just chatting. I think they're just like so focused on what I'm designing that, you know, they're not like, no, I'm just kidding. But no, I think everyone's just kind of like working on their own thing mostly. Um, but yeah, people are just chatting. Insert message. Nice. See, I have real people that aren't bots chatting. Um, okay. I actually really wish that I had more bots in my channel and they would just like chat with each other. Like, wouldn't that be kind of cute if I had like a Meredith bot and a Jamie bot and they were just like, hey Meredith, how's it going? I'm doing good. How are you? Not a bot. Scott is alarmed. Um, that's exactly what a bot would say. Um, yeah, yeah. Um, Yeah, I did. I knew you were gonna be jealous, the Noob Life. Yeah, I mean, you gotta Noob Life. If you show up next time we stream and you show up on time, not an hour late, then I'll make you a mod. No, I'm just kidding. Um, I'll make you a mod. You just have to. I don't know. You have to do something. What do you have to do? Well, what did everyone else have to do? They had to. I think they donated $100 each. So if you donate like 101, then I'll make you a mod. No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible. That's extortion. Also, you've been here like since the beginning, so you're good. Um, so I'll make you a mod either in 10 minutes or if you help. So if you give me like some good advice, then I will make you a mod. Nice. If you actually added 20 bots to the stream, I would make you a mod. But only if they talk to each other. So one thing you could do, the Noob Life, if you want to become an instant mod, is come up with a better name for these columns. So instead of add column, what should it be called? And then instead of add item, what should it be called? And also board, because we don't want this like to be a, I don't know, copy of Trello exactly, right? So we want to call it something different than board, maybe. Um, lane. Okay, lane. That's decent. I'm kind of okay with that. Um, stack. Ooh, I like stack. Okay. Sorry, Noob Life, you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait because they just my current mods are really proving themselves right here. Um, you message them. So now, okay, the Noob Life, you have one more chance. What do you add to a stack? So what are these instead of items? By the way, at 110, you're going to become a mod automatically anyways. So don't sweat it too much. But yeah, there's pressure. You know, I mean, are you going to deserve being a mod or, or are you going to, or is it just going to be by default, you know? Okay, so we'll have like a container here. Uh, yeah, we'll have a container for the page. Um, and then we're gonna have the header area, I guess. So we'll have div class, and we'll have like header, and then we'll have like the. Oh wait, do we have a different name for board? I guess I'll just call it. um, I guess I'll just call it board name for now. So we'll do board. Oh wait, no. I guess we should call this board. I mean, if we're actually using this syntax, the BEM syntax, then we'll do this. So if you guys come up with a replacement for the board, then I'll just do like a search and replace for all this. So we have board name here, and for now we'll just fill this with board name, and then what happened? Div. Then we're going to have a button here for adding the stack. So we'll actually make that a button. And we'll say add stack. By the way, really good name there, add stack. I like it. Okay, now we're going to have the stacks. So we'll say div class, and we'll just say stacks. Lane makes me think of swimming. You can call it a pool. Oh, that's kind of cool. Um, uh, you're welcome, the Noob Life, for making it fun. So I kind of like that. You call it a pool and then each lane. Pool does have a lot of meanings though. Sullivan, I do really appreciate you getting behind the noob life. I like to see camaraderie in this channel. That's nice. Okay, so then we're gonna have the stack, and then we're gonna have the stack. I think it's the header area, right? So like up here, the stack name and the add item. Ooh, stack overflow, nice. I like it. That's we should get that domain name too, before someone takes it. So we have the stack header, and then um, we'll have the stack name, and then we'll have the stack add button. So we'll just say like stack add, I guess. And we'll change this to a button. Okay, so that gives us the first part of this. Now we need, what is in a stack? You guys still haven't given me a name for the items. I guess if it's a pool and these are lanes, then what? Then these are swimmers. Like each of these are swimmers, or would they be something else like floats? That's kind of an interesting. Stacks make me think of a shelf. Stack shelf. I do. I like that. That's good. So then is the main thing a library? Who said that? Did the noob life say that? Solvin? Solvin gets double points, so Solvin becomes a double mod, and then the noob life. I thought that was you. I really thought that you. Um, I'm trying to extend the metaphor a bit too much. Um, Scott is alarmed, man. You are really. That's that's totally true, and also a really. I feel like that really makes me sad. I thought we were doing good. We could be library and then stacks and then shelves, but then we don't have books. I feel like we should go all the way with the metaphor, just because Scott says that we're extending it too far. Flip coder, library, shelf, and then paper. Um, okay, let's go with. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. I don't know. Let's call it. I like the stacks and the. I don't know about paper though. Sheet is nice, although mm, paper paper doesn't feel exactly right. I don't know. It's kind of so in the original idea for Trello, they were like these are like post-it notes. It's like a digital post-it note. Uh, I don't know. Okay, let's do library. Even though we're like Scott is totally right that we're extending the metaphor way too far. Um, yeah, there's an option to archive. Yeah, so we'll do library, and then we'll do stacks, and then we'll do. Um, so what's the next level? Shelf. I like shelf. The only problem with shelf is that we're gonna have to pluralize it like that, so it's a little weird. Bag, column, section, item. Okay. Collection. Ooh, I like collection. I like collection a lot more than library. Box, bag, bucket. I like it. That's funny. Um, the noob life. I'm just gonna ignore this because uh, it's a terrible idea. It's the worst idea I've ever heard. I should just ban you just for this. It's the worst. The board, bag, column, and section and item. No, I'm just kidding, dude. I feel kind of bad how down I am on that idea. Um, yeah, mods, can you just ban this guy? I feel like I have like, oh no, no, don't really ban him. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but I feel like the noob life has been here forever, and it's like in like a fantasy novel when like the main character realizes that like his friend throughout the whole thing has just betrayed him, and I just betrayed the noob life. Wait, what do we like? Collection, stacks, and cards, but they use cards in Trello. Pack, stack, and tack. Um, Okay, I like collection. I like stack. Shelves isn't bad. Let's use shelves until we come up with a better thing than shelves. Um, pack, stack, and tack. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Just because it's, yeah, it's good. We'll do that. Pack, stack, and tack. Okay. You guys are geniuses. Yeah, that's totally true. Okay, so we'll say like example tack here. I'm losing to my mods? What does that mean? Like, I don't care. I think it's a good idea. Pack, stack, and tax. That's good. Yeah. Okay, so now, wouldn't it be super cool if like AI was able to figure out like what this looks like just by the context, and they're just like, and boom, it's beautiful. But yeah, no, I guess we have to do this all ourselves. Okay, now we're going with Bulma, right? No, I'm just kidding. What was the other one called? Spectre. For some reason, I closed that one and I left Bulma open. Um, but yeah, I think these guys, like Bulma and Spectre, must have been competing against each other. The Noob Life, I totally want to see you make that framework. Um, I think it's gonna come, and then I'm gonna be out of a job. Okay, so how are we gonna make these? I think we're gonna have to style a lot of the things on our own, but let's try to see if maybe there's some things that this comes with out of the box. Tiles are repeatable. Yeah, I think Spectre must have competed with Bulma a lot because they have a lot of the same concepts. Panels with auto expand content section. I don't know what that means. Like this, like panels, it kind of seems like maybe this is the right thing to use for the stacks. It's stacks, right? Yeah, stacks. So panel. It has column. I should make a bio. What does that mean? Like a bio section in the app or just a bio section for me? What is the, oh, for my Twitch. Oh, okay. Yeah, I will do that later. I want to focus on making a Trello clone. So it's display flex. What is the width determined by? It's just auto sized. Oh, it's by the column. Okay. So I think maybe maybe columns is what we want, but no, I don't really think that's the case because we want these each to be. Yeah, I don't think we're going to use the framework for this because we want each of the the stacks to be like a set width, and we don't want that width to change, right? Depending on the width of the screen, like we want them to be able to overflow to the right. Um, so I think we're going to have to custom build that. I don't think there's going to be anything that this is going to give us. But maybe styling. Maybe we make it a card or something. I don't know exactly. I don't know. We'll just style it ourselves for now, right? We like spend all this time looking up a CSS framework and then we're just gonna style it ourselves. Okay, so we've got this. Let's delete that because that's for the to-dos. No, we will use the framework for a lot of things. If anyone wants to like look up what we could use for this, because it would be nice to have like a little drop shadow, you know, on each of the stacks. So I guess we can use a card for that because that's really, yeah, we could use like card header, right? This could be what the top of the stack looks like. And then look, we have the, do we have a button? Yeah, this is a header that has a button. Yeah, let's use that, right? That looks good for the top of one of the stacks. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna add like card here. Nice. So we're gonna add card, and then we're gonna say card header is gonna wrap this. So I don't know if we should also have our stack header. I don't know, but I don't know. For now, we will. And then we're gonna have this button, and we'll just copy that here. Button primary, float right, and we'll have our custom class on that for now. Icon plus. So we're gonna have to get that from from Font Awesome, I guess. And then we'll have card title H5. So I don't really know. So we don't really need the like pack stack tagged stuff to be in the HTML. It could just be in the UI. But for now, we'll leave it in there. That's fine. So for the stack name, we'll just say like example stack for now. We can rename that later. And we have the stack card, we have the stack header. We have the card, we have the card header, we have the card title. The thing we don't have yet, though, is the Spectre framework. So let's go to downloads where I already downloaded it, and I'm going to go into public CSS. I'm going to paste it in there, and then I just have to include it. Oh my god, flip code, come on. I mean, yeah, it would be cool to have it as a native app, but that sounds like it'd be hard to build, right? Are you talking about like a, what do they call those apps now that you can, oh, a native, oh, okay. I thought you were talking like a mobile, like a native mobile app, like a progressive app. I don't think it would be that hard to make a progressive app with Remake. I think it's just about adding some tags and stuff. Okay, so let's look at our head. We're going to just make sure we're adding the framework here. So before everything else. And I think we can probably get rid of our mini reset. Let's test it for now. I will just test it. The main thing I like about the main thing I like about the reset is that it gives us the box sizing border box. So let's see if this framework Spectre comes with box sizing border box. It does. Wait, no, it doesn't. Does it? Main CSS. What's main CSS? Oh, it's my thing. So let's delete that for now. So the noob life says, made this the other day, and instead of the form, it would be the Google API and would auto-generate the preview thing. By the way, I'm modding you the noob life. Nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you got the form. I don't know what this thing is here. The big black gray box. Nice. So you got state, you've got the name, the profile picture, the sub count, the latest videos, handle submit, handle input change. Nice. You're using destructuring and you type in the form. Oh, wow. That's cool. Um, enter your channel name, paste in the picture URL and sub count. Wait, is this going to display a picture? Um, let's grab something off of Imager. Um, oops. Yeah, okay. Oh, cool. Image. So yeah, the image is a little, it's not rounded exactly. I think in order to make it rounded, you're going to want to make the container a certain width and then make the picture height auto and width 100%. Just so you know. But yeah, that's awesome. Oh, and this isn't aligned right. You want to align this to the left, right? So it's next to this. Um, yeah, if you're curious about how to make it look like a media object, go to, I think it's base CSS. Um, yeah, so like this will kind of teach you, yeah, but if you want to learn how to put an image to the left and size it, you can look at a lot of like utility CSS frameworks, and that's like one of the first things they'll teach you how to do. So like you put clear flex, some margin, some border on the overall container. You float the image to the left. You give it some padding. You give it some margin. You give it some border. Um, yeah, that's cool though. This is like a lot of progress. That's awesome. Okay, so let's get back to this. Yeah, it's just media objects, just what they're called. It's not like an official term or anything. But if you just like search for like how to create a media object in CSS, you'll get a lot of good results. 99% of searching for things is knowing the right name. I mean, obviously, but yeah. So if you can figure out the right name, and then in this case, I think media object is the thing. So a lot of different CSS frameworks and tutorials will teach you how to do that. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out and just refresh this page. Geez, why does it give me a 404 so often? Okay, so let's go here, and I just want to see what is box sizing set to on the overall page. So it's inherit, and it's inherit. So I don't think we have it. I don't think we have box sizing border box. Okay, so we're gonna just have our default styles. That's fine. And I guess we won't really need the reset because that'll come with it. That'll come with the framework itself, or at least it should. if we look at the body and we look at what Spectre's doing to the body, it is. It's resetting the margin. Okay, cool. So now we gave this thing, a card class, but it didn't work. It didn't give us the drop shadow as far as I can tell. Did it? Example, stack, card header. Yeah, it's not giving us anything with the card. Is it because, I mean, Spectre's added. Hey, Metis Zever, how's it going? How's your day going? We're experimenting with this Spectre CSS framework, trying to get a basic design working, and then gonna add Remake to it in order to make a Trello clone. Okay, so we have card here. I think the first thing I should do actually is just give a width to give a width to each of these cards. So we're going to have stacks, and we have a stack here, and we're going to give a width of like 300 px. Okay, so now if I refresh, okay, so now we're getting the border. I don't know why we're not getting the shadow. Doesn't it look like there's definitely a shadow here, right? Card. It has a box shadow. Oh, they're defining it custom on the card. Whatever. We'll just steal it from them. That's fine. It's a tiny bit disappointing that it's not built into the framework. Unless, yeah, I don't think those classes are built in. Yeah, so card, it looks like just has a border by default. Okay, so now we've got our drop shadow. We've got our button too. We don't have the style for the button working, and that's because if we go in here, we don't have an icon plus. So let's look at what they're using for icons. Icons. So if I search, oh, they just have icons built in. Huh, that's interesting. So let's just grab this. This is from a remote CDN, which I don't love having it be remote. So let's just download it actually. And we'll just download it into, this will just take an extra second, and it'll just make sure that like our page isn't going to time out because we don't have, because like the CDN has a momentary hiccup. It'll just make sure that we can develop locally very easily. Okay, so we'll save that. Now, I think we might get the icon. Yeah, we get the icon for free. That's super weird to me, because like, where are these icons coming from? Are they remote? Let's just see real quick. No, they're like custom defined in CSS. I think, right? There's no URLs here. Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, so now we've got this icon. We've got an example stack. We've got a plus button. So now we can already kind of imagine how this might work. But let's add a nav bar. So let's go into layout and then nav bar. And I guess we'll just copy this. Right? That looks kind of right. Yeah. Okay, so we'll copy this into our index right up here. Hey, Fevgatos. How's it going? What are you working on? What are you excited about? And we're going to say pack header, and then pack name is going to be in this brand thing. And we're going to delete this search area. And I think we don't really care about having links in our header, but we do want the stack name and then the board name, which is now, we had stacks, tax, and what was the other thing? Packs. So this is the pack name. I can't believe I let you guys talk me into that. Okay, so we do want a button there. So yeah, let's just delete the link. So that should just make it a regular button. And we'll just put hash in here for now. And then for the button, we're going to say add stack. And for the name, we should rename to task packs. Well, no, shouldn't it be, we don't have tasks though. Shouldn't it be tac packs? Or should we rename tax to tasks? Here we go again. The noob life, wait, aren't you a mod now? Are you a mod or not? I think you're a mod, right? You shouldn't be complaining, you're a mod. Okay, so pack name. Okay, nice. Pack name. Have you guys banned anyone yet? Just curious. Okay, nice. So we've got this header area looking kind of nice. It's not great. Let's look at, so we have these margin utilities. Display divider color cursors. What are your language rules? Wait, what? What are you responding to? Are you responding to me? Oh no. you banned yourself? Can you really? Wait. Oh, no, it should is fine. I don't know. I think aggressive language, like if you're swearing and you're just frustrated, that's fine. But if you're swearing at someone, I think that's probably the line. And text too. Yeah, we'll definitely get to that. No, we'll do database storage. This is just like a temporary database setup, but we'll do it in there. So layout, where are, oh, we can see all our icons. So isn't it so cool that whoever created this framework created all these icons in CSS? Like you don't have to download any SVGs or an icon font or anything. That's so cool. Okay. Okay, so I just want to know, where is our margin stuff? It should be under utilities, right? Divider, display, loading position, shapes, text, or layout. Maybe unresponsive. Nope. If anyone finds where the margin stuff is defined, but we kind of know what the syntax looks like anyways. It's like mr-2. So if we put this on our header and we say mb-4, then that will probably mean margin bottom 4. But it doesn't. Oh, okay. So we've got a pack, navbar, margin bottom, what? Why doesn't this mean margin bottom dash 4? So if I do 2, it's going to work. Okay, where is this defined? Oh, it's I don't want it to be this hard anymore, guys. Why is it this hard? I just want the non-minified version. Okay, let's download source code. Okay, source. No, I don't want that CSS. Dist, okay, icons and Spectre, and not both non-minified, so that we can actually debug this a little bit. And we're going to go into public, we're going to go into CSS, we're going to paste this. We'll delete these minified versions, and I'm tempted to just rename them to minified even though they're not, but we'll actually change it in our header instead. Okay. Okay. All of that just to be able to refresh and see this. And let's look at where this MV-2 is defined. Okay, and it only goes up to 2. Are you serious? They only have 0, 1, and 2. Are you serious? That's crazy. Okay, I deleted the wrong one. No, I didn't delete the wrong one. That's fine. Okay, but it looks like we're going to have to use our custom icon. What? Oh no. Oh no. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Oh, you're right. Dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Um, okay, cool. So it looks like we're going to have our own margins. So we can, I guess let's just like define them for each element, like regular CSS instead of using custom CSS. Instead of using like a utility framework, it's fine to just use regular CSS as it was meant to be used. So for that's more of like a reassurance to myself, by the way, not anything else. Okay, so we'll do pack header, and we'll do margin bottom, and we'll do like for rem, and then refresh this, and now we've got weird. Oh, it's because I have 2 headers. Okay, so we're going to delete this one, and we've got add stack. Okay, so now we're just going to have that. We need a little padding, I think, in here, or like for the main app. So let's just add like an app container, because we're going to add this later when we add Remake, so why not just add it now? Usually I'm not a fan of using IDs like ever, but if you know there should only be one ever, then I'm okay with it. So we'll add that up here, and we'll say padding to rem, and that'll give us a little padding. I hate how this is, oh, it's not auto reloading because I didn't have it on. So now it should auto reload. but not right. Is there another framework that you based Remake on? There's a lot of like inspiring stuff out there that I was inspired by. Um, uh, there's there's one called intercooler.js, and that's really cool. And then there's one called um, it's by the 37 Signals people. I forget what that's called though. Okay, so we want a filled in button for this, I think. So let's go to the buttons, primary button. So let's grab that, and let's go back here, and we're gonna say button, button primary. Okay, getting closer. Can you just reload and be cool about it? Like, why is this just like reloading to a 404? It doesn't make any sense at all. I'm gonna restart the server just in case that might make a difference. Um, Oh my goodness, this 404 just is like really frustrating. Okay, so now we've got the pack name and add stack, and we've got the example stack with the add button, and then we've got these example tags inside of there. So do we need to custom style those? Let's just look inside of chips. What are chips? Chips would maybe work, but no, probably not. Actually, definitely not. In here, nothing really. Panels? Panel kind of sounds... What is this? What is this thing? This looks like it could be something. A tile. Okay. Maybe a tile is what we want? Let's see. a tile. I don't even know what this is. Oh, okay, it's pointing to each of these. Okay, so a tile is going to give us a line content space between, a line items flex start, display flex, and some margin on the top and the bottom. I guess that's kind of fine. I don't know what a line content space between means. But that's fine. And then panel body is going to give us flex, padding, overflow Y. Wait, it doesn't give us flex? There's no like flex, oh there is, flex basis flex shrink. Well no, but there's no display flex on it? I guess not. I thought these were maybe display flex and then like column, you know, like what do you call it? I forgot what it's called. Direction, flex direction. But what are these? These are display flex, and then why are they stacked on top of each other? I guess because they're just acting like blocks. I guess that's fine. Yeah, let's use that. And then panel, what is a panel for? I need to know what it, panels are flexible view containers with auto expand content sections. I don't think we actually really need a panel here. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to go for any of it. I'm going to just have TAC have a custom style. Because we're already using the styles of the card. And I think that's good enough. We only need that. And then let's make these gray, I guess. So let's grab this color. So with a color picker, let's just grab that. And we'll make each of these tacks have a background color of this. And we'll give them a border radius of like 3px. We'll give them some padding, oops, of like 0.5, or no, like 8px, 16px, and 9px. We'll just try that out. It's probably not going to look exactly right. Maybe a little bit less. And we'll give it some line height so that it has some room, so the text has some room to breathe. And we'll make it like 1.4 or 4.5 or 5. I'm kind of leaning towards 4.5. I don't know why, but we'll just do 1.45 EM for the line height. And then we need it to have some margin because we don't want it to touch the edges. And I think I saw something about 0.75. So let's just try 0.75 because I think that's what the Spectre framework is using. And let's see what that looks like. Nice. So that's not bad. I wasn't expecting that to actually look so nice. So this is, I mean, pretty close. Yeah, this is pretty close to what we need. I think this could be a little bit bigger. So let's go in here. And I think we can just say like H2, and it's just going to auto size that for us. Why doesn't auto reload just work? Okay. I think, yeah, maybe that didn't work. Okay, so let's look at what they use here. H5, so H5 apparently works, but H2 doesn't. That's weird, isn't it? So let's go in here. Something else must be sizing it. The navbar brand is sizing it, so let's just remove navbar brand. I don't know why we need it, except for the sizing. Oh, and text decoration is none. Whatever. We'll have some text decoration on our logo. That's fine, right? Okay, so now we've got that, and margin right too. We're gonna need more margin right on that. So for our pack name, we're gonna say margin right, and what? True rem? That makes sense? I think that's about right. Yeah. Okay. This is like really tripping me out, this like auto resize stuff. Okay, so that looks pretty nice, right? Maybe a little bit of margin on the bottom of this. So let's look here. Card header, stack header. Do we have the stack header here now? Stack header. And then we're going to do margin bottom. 1 rem will probably do it, but maybe 1.5 will look a little bit nicer. So less space on the top and bottom of the pack names. So this is, or wait, oh, and this pack name? Yeah, I'd say a little bit less on the bottom, but I don't know what's actually giving it its sizing. Oh, it's this. Okay, so it's, yeah, pack header. Okay. So yeah, we could put that down to like 2.5, I think. Okay. And you said on the top too. But I think I don't know, kind of okay with the top. How do you know how to use React? How do I know? Well, how do you know that I know how to use React? I think that's a better question. Um, if you answer that, I will answer you. Um, do, do you know React? Oh, okay. So you didn't know. Well, I did do a React tutorial a little while ago. If you want to go through the past videos, I think we did like a really good React tutorial um, a few videos ago, if you can find it. I think I labeled it. And how I would recommend anyone to learn React is through the official documentation. The official documentation is really, really good. Um, okay, so yeah, this is looking pretty good, right? Do you guys like this? I think this is nice. This looks pretty nice. X Minion Sniper says, I sat up till 3 a.m. this morning learning React. I'm making a social media using Express and React together. That's awesome. Um, okay, looks good. So now let's try adding like more than one stack. And this is going to break everything, I think. I hope. I hope it'll break everything, because if it breaks everything, then my assumptions are right. Okay, good. So now all we have to do is on the stacks, say, yeah, you guys should do like some pair programming or something. I've never learned faster than when I've done pair programming. So this is a React pack stack tag hack. Nice. That's whack. Okay, so we'll do display flex. Yeah. Unfortunately for the people asking about React, this is not a tutorial on React. I may do a tutorial on React in the future, maybe like next video or something. But it's not currently. I'm using a custom framework that I built and that I'm really happy with, and I want to show people what it's like to use it and how easy it is to use. So that's what I'm currently working on. Okay, so now we want to have a hover style for these tacks, and we also want to give the cursor pointer. So we'll say cursor pointer, just so it looks clickable. And then for each tack, we're going to say hover. You should actually make a YouTube channel and make short video tutorials. Yeah, that's definitely next on the list of plans. I'm just trying to get good enough at doing like really long-winded tutorials first, because that's kind of like where my natural proclivities lie. But then, yeah, after that, definitely. So we'll do background color, and then we're going to go into our color dial program, paste this in, and I think we're just going to lighten it 1. But yeah, no, that's totally a great idea, the noob life. That's a little bit too light. Um, so let's make it a little bit darker. All right, let's get our first color first. So let's see, this is 94, so maybe 97 would be okay. I don't know, white and gray is like so, um, like the subtle, yeah, that's not bad. That looks okay. Maybe one less would be good. Okay, so just read some stuff. So media object is just from Bootstrap. No, it's like a general thing. So if you look at like Tachyon CSS, so there's a bunch of utility CSS frameworks. Sorry, I'm going to just take a quick aside real quick to explain this. So there's a bunch of utility frameworks. There's Tachyons is one. A really popular one right now is called Tailwind CSS. And basically what these allow you to do is attach CSS properties one at a time using separate classes. And that might seem inefficient, but it actually makes coding go pretty fast. And it's pretty nice to work with. I use a utility framework at work called Tachyons. You can check that out. I think if you search for like Tachyons media object, and you go in here, yep, this is going to show you how to like create a flag object. So you can see all the styles in here, and you can see like what the CSS looks like over here. So they'll show you how to create a container that has two elements that are next to each other, and the element on the right has its text vertically aligned. And then Tailwind CSS, same thing. If you do Tailwind CSS media object, well, it looks like this person has a whole page on media objects that are just with Flexbox. And so this is the entire CSS for a media object, and then this is the code for it. So it's pretty simple to create it. I would strongly recommend against capitalizing some of your class names. No, I would say never do that. Using dashes is fine, that's good, but don't. People you work with will hate you if you do this. It's just not standard CSS. But other than that, this looks great. And then cheat sheet. Let's see. Let's see if this has. No, it doesn't have anything. What? I don't know what that means. But yeah, just so you know, media objects is like just a thing. Oh, it looks like I found. So Tailwind might even come with a media object thing out of the box. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay, anyways, let's see. Someone asked a question that I didn't understand. Xminion Sniper X said, "Do you know a website I can loop? Maybe it's lookup for checking if a URL ID is equal to a user name ID." You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. So are you talking about there's an ID in a URL and you want to look up in the database if that corresponds to a user? You can say yes if that's what you're wondering. Okay. Are you thoroughly impressed by my ability to decipher what you were asking? Um, so you're going to want to parse the URL. So you want to say like JS and then like parse URL query. And then you want like something like this. And so if we paste this into our console, now we're going to have this function, and we can say like username, right? And then if in our URL we have a query parameter that's set to username equals John, right? And like let's enter that as our parameter, and then let's get this function again. and get the username, then we're going to get John. And then from the front end, then you're going to pass that into your API using Ajax or something. So you could use this, you could either use query parameters like this, where it's like, you'll see this in like Google search or something, where they use the question mark, and then they have a key name, and then they have an equal sign and the key value. And then if you want to do a second one off of that, I believe you use the ampersand. I'm pretty sure that's true. It's really embarrassing that I don't know, that I'm not positive. Oh, okay, yeah, so if you're parsing that, then you're going to have to Google search parse URL parameter. And if you want to parse it on the, usually what you're going to do is you're going to parse it on the back end. So if you're using Express, Express has a thing for getting the params, the URL params. They even have a thing for getting the query parameters. So if you define your route in Express, like, where is it? Like this. Oh, it's on a static page. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So yeah, then you're going to want to look up how to parse. No, this is for query parameters instead. You're going to like want to get a yeah, that's probably the best idea. Client-side router. Yeah, you guys should talk about that. By the way, Xminion Sniper, in the tutorial we did, we actually used React Router. We didn't get as far as what you're talking about, though, where you want to use URL parameters. But if you search URL parameters React Router, you should get to the right page. Okay, so now this is working. This has some space between it. Now we want to be able to add a stack, and we want to be able to move items between different stacks, and we want to be able to rename the stack. Okay, so this is where this is where Remake comes in. So for anyone and everyone who's just over the moon excited about Remake.js, this is the time to start paying attention. Okay, so first of all, we got to attach some data to this page. So right now we're just at the point where we just have HTML and CSS. We have no custom JavaScript code, and we're going to start adding some Remake.js attributes, and that's going to make our page editable and decipherable by our backend and allow us to save and get data. Okay, so for anyone who's new to Remake, you might be curious, like, how to get started. So the first thing we're going to do is add this attribute up here at the top level on the app, and we're going to say data O type. This O stands for output, so we're going to say data output type is equal to object. Now if we save that, for now I'm going to just dump the whole board, but yeah, we can explore how to do it differently also, but yeah, for now it's just going to be the whole board. Okay, so now if we say that's not defined. So the reason that's not defined is I'm importing Remake.js, but I didn't expose one of the API functions to window on the window. So I'm going to get this too, just so we can debug with it, and I'm going to attach it to the window. So now if we refresh the page enough, we're going to get it. Okay, so now we have this underlying function that Remake.js uses in order to parse the page. You're never going to have to use this function yourself. I'm just using it to show you what the page's data looks like when we parse it. So right now it's just an empty object, and the reason for that is we haven't attached any key value pairs. So right now we have this data output type equals object. That's telling it to output a plain object, but it doesn't tell it anything about the data, like the key value pairs. So let's attach a key here. And let's say we're going to have name, and we'll set it equal to my name. And now if we parse the page, we're going to get an object with name equal to David. So this is how you attach data to a page in Remake, is with these key value pairs, or by creating a list with data o type equals list instead of object. But we're going to make the main page be an object. And then we're going to give the ability to rename the pack. So actually, let's transform this into a div, because we're not going to have it be a link for now, because we're going to attach data to it and make it editable. So having it be a link at the same time might get a little bit confusing, but we can explore how to do that too in the future, where it's a link and also editable. Probably you would want it to be a link and then for it to have an edit button next to it. That's probably the easiest way, so that you could just click on the link, but then if you want to edit it, you click on the edit button. Okay, but for now it's just going to be a regular name. So we're going to say data o type, and then this is also going to be an object because it's going to have data on it. It's going to have keys and values on it. So then we're going to say data o key, and this is going to be the main pack name. So we can say pack name, and we're going to set it equal to the current pack name, which is just pack name. So now if we refresh the page and we parse the page, we're going to have pack name equals pack name. Now we're going to make it editable. So in order to make it editable, it's a very, very simple thing. We're going to put this up at the top, and we're going to say data I editable. Just attaching this this attribute with a few arguments is going to make this element editable. So the arguments we need to pass in are the keys that we want to edit. So in this case, we want to edit the pack name key. And we're camel casing that because that's how the data is parsed. You can see the data attribute, even though it's dash cased here, it's converted into camel case when it's exported. So that's how the argument matches up here. And then we're just going to say what type of form field we want to edit this with. So in this case, we're going to use a text single line. So if we save that, now we can edit this pack name, and it's going to sync into here. And we're going to be able to edit it and put in whatever we want. So we can say like awesome pack name, for example. Now when we click save, it's going to update the data. If you don't believe me, let's get the data, and we're going to see that it actually changed on the data. Now what we just did is we're editing the data attribute. We're not updating the inner text of this element yet. So if we go into the header and we go into the pack name, we can see the key is set to the new pack name, but the inner text hasn't updated. So in order to get that inner text to update also, all we want to do is say, we want to watch the key that's set to pack name. So we're going to have this watcher key. Data W means watcher. And we're going to say pack name, and whenever this watcher detects a change to this key, it's going to call this function that's in here. And we have a lot of built-in functions because by default, the function it's going to default to is just going to set the property on this element equal to the new value. So for this example, we're just going to say inner text. So inner text is a property on any native JavaScript, any native HTML element. And so it's going to set whatever we update pack name to the inner text of this element is going to be set to that new value. So we'll save that. It'll refresh the page. And now if we change pack name to awesome pack name, the inner text should also update. Awesome. So now that's working. Okay, whew, I gotta take a little breather. Ay, ay, ay. So now, if we refresh the page, it's going to go back to the old pack name. That's because we're not saving the data yet. So now let's learn how to save data in Remake. So at the top level, we're going to have a data o save attribute, and we're going to just call default save. Now this default save attribute is built into Remake, and what it does is it exports all of the data inside the app to an object, right? So we saw what the data looks like in the object. It's going to get all the data on the page, which is just this for now. And it's going to send it, it's going to post it to an endpoint that's just /save. So it's just going to, if you know jQuery, it's not actually using jQuery, it's using fetch. But if you know jQuery, this is all it's doing. It's posting it to an endpoint called save, and it's passing in the data. And that's literally all it's doing. Or pretty much. It also has some extra abilities, but we're not going to go into those right now. So this is going to export all the data to that, except data o save is just going to export the data for the current element. If we want to export it for the whole page, we have to attach this deep flag. So save deep is going to say get all the child elements too, not just the current element. Okay, so now we've got data o save deep, default save, and I believe if we look at our cookies, so if we look at our cookies, it's going to tell us who we're logged in as. So right now we're logged in as John. This is like a very basic user account setup that I'm using right now. It's not like a real user account, but right now we're logged in as John using these fake user accounts. So if we look at our data right now for John, we're going to see these to-dos. Now this is from an old version of this app that was implementing a to-do app, but this data is going to get overwritten now when we save again. So let's change the pack name to awesome pack name, exclamation point. We're going to save. And if we look in our network tab and we go to the save, we go all the way to the bottom, we're going to see it's sending this data, pack name, awesome pack name. And if we look at our data.json file, it's going to update. And you'll notice here that it didn't delete the to-dos, and that's on purpose. The data is always extended so that if you're only editing part of the data, it's not going to overwrite that. So let's just manually delete those to-dos for now. It's just an insurance that makes sure that you're not ever removing data that you didn't mean to, especially when you're prototyping. Okay, so now the data is being saved. We can see the data here, but when we refresh the page, we're going back to this regular pack name. Now, in order to get around that, we have to actually load up the data when we load our page. So, when this page is rendered, Remake.js is automatically going to pass in the data to it. So I believe all we're going to have to do is using our templating processor, our layout engine, our templating engine. We're just going to be able to do pack name here. I think this will work. I'm actually not positive. And then we're also going to do it here. So we're going to set the data equal to pack name, and then we're also going to set the inner text to pack name, just so everything's synced up when it first starts out. And it didn't work. I think that's because maybe I just need to have Maybe it's data.packName. I should, no, it is. It's data.packName. The reason is because other things are passed into this template also, other than just the user data. There's going to be like the URL parameters and stuff like that. So yeah, we need to attach the data to data. Okay, so this should work, I believe. Awesome. So now we have awesome pack name. So now just with a few data attributes, one to save it, one to store the key, one to update it when it changes, and one to make it editable, we have an application that can edit data and can save data, and then when we reload, we'll display that data again. Okay, cool. So those are the basics. Now let's get into these example stacks. So for these stacks, we're going to create a list because we want the stacks to be stored as a list so that we can loop through each stack and display that stack. So in order to do that, we're going to say data o type, and instead of an object, we're going to do a list, and that will export an array. So if we want to see that, I'll save that, and in the console, we'll run our underlying function. Oh, okay, so this is a minor problem. It's not going to know where to put this array. It needs a key in the object. So like if this was the top level thing that was being exported, having it be a list would be fine. It would just export an array, right? But because it's an array, how do you put an array inside of an object? You can't just do this, right? That's not going to make sense. You need a key. You need something that says like list of things, and then you have the array, and then you're going to have an object with a key called list of things, and then you're going to have the array in there. So this needs to have a key, so we're going to just say data o key, and as opposed to doing like the key name over here on the right, on the left, we're going to have it be over here because this will create the parent context key. So we're going to say stacks right here, and now if we refresh, we're going to have a list of stacks. Whoops. Okay. We're going to parse the page. Now we have pack name, awesome pack name, and then stacks is going to be an array with no items in it. Okay, so now let's add some data to this list. So each item in this list is a stack, and each stack is going to have multiple tacks, which I believe we should probably rename that to tasks, but we'll call it tasks for now because I kind of like it. So at the top level is where we're going to attach the stack data. So up here, we're going to say data o type, and we're going to say object because it's going to export some key value pairs. And then we're going to say data o key, and the main thing we want to export from this is going to be the title, the name of the stack. So let's say key and then name, and then we're going to say example stack. And then we just need to make sure that our stack name is going to sync with that. So down here, we're going to say data w key name, and this is going to sync with any keys that have the same name. And so we're going to say data w key name, and we're going to say whenever this is triggered, set the inner text of this element. So let's test that real quick. And now we're exporting some data. Now we have an array with one item. So we have a stack item, and its name is equal to example stack. So now we have our data. Now we have our data. Now let's get it to save. So we want the editing to be able to happen when we click on the stack name. So let's attach the editable attribute here. So we'll say data I editable, and now we need to give it the key that it's going to be editing. So that's name, and then the way we want to edit it, the form field is going to be text single line. So now we should be able to save our data. If we look inside of our data file right now, all we still have is the pack name. We don't have the array or anything below it because we haven't saved the data. So now if we edit this example stack and we say awesome stack and we save it, now if we check our data, we have stacks and the name is awesome stack. So now again, just by adding 4 more data attributes, we've got data syncing, data loading, or sorry, not data loading yet. All we have to do in order to get the data loading is in here, add the data that's being saved to our database. Now, the reason we can't get that yet is because we're not looping through the stacks in order to display these. So let's delete our sample, our extra example stack, and let's start looping through the stacks in order to display each one. So every time, I forget how to do this, because I'm not used to working with nunchucks. So let's go into another example project. I think it's just like 4. I think we just use 4 and it's the item. Let's actually play around with it, because why not, right? We'll just say for stack in, and then we do data dot stacks. Let's see if that works. And then for this, we're going to say stack name. Stack.name. Okay. And then we're going to also put that in the inner text for the element. And then let's see the ending div right here, so we can indent it. And then right down here, we're going to say end for. I think the only thing I'm missing here is that these double curly braces are for interpolation, whereas I think we need that when we're doing like a for loop. Like we need the curly brace and then the percent sign. So let's see if that's working. I'm not expecting it to work, but oh, it worked. And we have awesome stack. So we're getting the data from our database. Now with just a few more changes, again, now we have data loading and we have a list. Now let's get stacks adding in here so that we can create a new stack. So now on this add stack button, let's actually transition this into a button element so that we don't get this hash added to our URL whenever we click it. And let's attach a new attribute to here that's going to let us add a new element. But before we do that, let's just do a best practice, which is actually required in order to make this work, which is splitting out this stack into a partial. So normally, if you were working on a back-end only web app, once you got to this point, you might want to transform this into a partial so that instead of having all of this HTML here, you could just have like a single line that represents all of this. So let's create a new partial and call this stack. And in there, we're going to create an index.nunjux file. And in there, we're just going to paste all of our stacks HTML. And then I think we can just do an include here. So we need the percent signs here. And I think we can just do include. And we want to go up 2 levels, I believe, so that we can go into partials. And then we're going to go into stack. And then we're going to go into index.njk. Let's save that and see if we can still render this out. Again, I'm not certain about the syntax, but I'm pretty sure it's right. It's not loading, so maybe it's not. Yeah, it's not right. Okay, so let's look at our example app down here and just see, um, hey, maybe a good man. How's it going? So, oh, we need a quote. We need to quote the path. That makes sense. I thought that might be the case. Okay, so now we're quoting the path. Great, so now we've got this partial rendering. So all we've done is like a very, like a good refactoring in that we've separated out like a sub-template into its own, partial template. And that's something you would want to do no matter what, even if you were just working on a backend app. But it also allows us to do this really cool thing where we can add this single data attribute called data I new, and we're going to be able to pass in the name of a partial. So we're going to say, what was this called? It's called stack. So we're going to pass in the name of that new partial that we created called stack. And then we're going to pass in, sorry, but then we're going to pass in a selector where we want that stack to be rendered into. So for this example, we're going to say dot stacks because that's the class of the list that has the for loop that's rendering all the stacks into it. So now if we save that, that should work. Let's see if it does. So now if I click this plus button, we're expecting to get another stack over here that's rendered from the partial. So let's see. Nope. Okay. This is a new framework, so it is maybe a little buggy. Let's see, I'm not even getting network activity. Let's see, what's happening here? So if I go into here, oh wait, stack add. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. That's you're right. That should add attack. So let's click this one. Well, that one didn't work either. Okay, so let's see what happened. What went wrong? Maybe it's something wrong with remake. Let's clear that for now, and then add another one. Okay, unhandled promise. Huh. No such file or directory. Templates. Oh, it's looking for a data file. Okay, so I thought maybe that was going to be optional. I was going to do that for the next step. But whenever you're rendering a partial and you're doing it from adding a new item, it has to have some starting data. So that data can just be empty, right? So let's just make it empty for now, but I'll show you what that ends up looking like. So let's add a new item. Great, so now we've got a new item. And if we refresh the page, it's going to stay there. It's going to automatically save for you. So that's pretty cool, right? Now the problem is it's not going to have a name. And that's a bit of a bother because it doesn't know what its name should be. When it's rendering, we're telling it its name is going to be stack.name, but it doesn't have any data context for where that's coming from because it's not coming from the user. So we need to pass in something to start with. So in here, let's just say stack, and then name, and then give it a name. And we'll just say like default stack name, right? What an awful name. But now if we add a new stack, wait, why didn't it work? Stack.name. Huh, that's very weird. Oh, it's not JSON. So this needs to be valid JSON. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so now it's valid JSON with the quotes around the keys. So very simple to fix that error. So now we can add a new item and it's going to get that default stack name. And if we click it, we can edit it. And if we refresh, it's going to, boom, just work. Isn't this so cool? I don't know. I honestly think this is the coolest thing. I just added like a few data attributes. It's taken me like less than an hour, probably just a half an hour to get this far in creating like a clone. So let's delete the second item. Let's just go into our data for John, and let's delete the second stack so that we have none without names. And if you're curious, like, okay, if I delete this and I save it, what's going to happen? Well, we're going to get that empty stack name again. Yeah, we need removal too, definitely. Yep. So let's first of all just get that so that you can't ever just delete the name. And that's a simple data attribute. It's been so long since I've used this data attribute that I forget what it's called. I think it's just data O default key. But let's look at the quick reference sheet. Oh, I don't have it here. Let's go into Remake real quick, and I'm going to go into, we're going to just search it for default. Oh man, there's so many defaults here. Okay, so we're going to search for default dash instead. Okay, here we go. Data O default. Okay, so it's not key. Okay, so for the stack card, for the stack name, we're going to say data O default, and then name is going to be equal to default stack name. Now, if we refresh, if we edit this and we try to delete it, I hope this works, it's going to just default to the default stack name. So it's never going to be able to just be deleted, so you're always going to have something to click on to edit it. Okay, so now let's delete this, and we're just going to say awesome stack name for our first one. And now we have the ability to add stacks. For deleting stacks, we could have a delete button, but for now, let's just add a delete button for when you edit the stack name, because that's kind of the same thing. People might expect that if you click remove here, it's going to remove the whole stack. So that'll be good enough for now for us. It's not ideal, but it'll be fine. So in order to do that, in order to add the remove button, all we have to do is for the stack name editable attribute, we just add dash with dash remove. And now if we reload the page and we click this, we're going to have a remove button. Oh, that's not styled correctly. I believe this is the Spectre CSS framework overriding some of our styles. So that, yeah, I definitely have to fix that. But if we click the remove button, it's going to remove the stack. Boom. And we've got and if we refresh, it's removed. Like just that single flag that was added did so much work for you in terms of being able to add and remove data. So now let's add our stack back. We can edit our stack name back to awesome stack name. And if we refresh, we've got the data. We've got removing. We've got editing the pack name set up. We're not going to add removing to that because we always want there to be a pack name. And we've got adding stacks working. So if we refresh, we have multiple stacks. Now we're going to have to get the tags working, right? So that shouldn't be too hard. First of all, let's make this a list so that it's going to export an array. So let's do data O type list, and so now that should that should export a list. We can see that if you're curious. Sometimes I just like to confirm. Well, actually, it's not going to work here, right? Because again, we're inside of an object, so it needs a key. So yeah, so let's say data O key, and we'll just say tax so that it knows, what key to give the list. And we'll refresh and go in here and get the data. And now we have stacks, we have the objects of the stacks, and the tax is going to be an empty array. Okay, so now let's make sure, now let's give each of these tags some data. So for this tag, let's do data O type, and we're going to do object. So now now each of these arrays is going to be filled with an empty object. Now let's make this object be something. So we're going to have to give it a key name, and we're going to say, we can say text, key of text equal to example tac, and then we're just copying the inner text for now. And again, we're going to have a watcher that's going to copy this text key whenever it changes, and it's going to copy it, guess what, into the inner text. Okay. And the last thing we need to do is make this editable. So or not the last thing, obviously, but in order to get this part working, we're going to say data I editable, and we're going to say the key name we want to edit, which is text, and then the way we want to edit it is text single line. Okay, so now we should have an editable tag, I think. And if we refresh, it didn't work. So for some reason, saving this is not exporting the right data. Oh, and that's because we're not, we are saving the right data. So if we look at our data, yeah, you're right. It should probably be multi-line. Totally. So if we just change that to text multi-line and then we refresh. By the way, these are currently the only two that are built in right now, text single line and text multi-line. I plan to have editables for color, for choices, for radio buttons, for everything. This is just to get started with. Okay, so now that's multi-line, and it'll expand as you type more text. But it is saving. So if we do like this text and we save it, I'm pretty sure if we look inside of our data file, we're going to see this text. So for the first tag, we have this text in there, but we're not loading it up inside of the tag. So for this, we need to be looping through the tags in order to display each one. So again, using nunchucks, we're going to say for tac in, and then we're going to say stack dot tags, and then close that off, and we're going to indent this and do an N4 down here. And then in here, we can replace both of these with the text that's coming in. So we're going to say tac.text. I hope this works. So let's refresh this. And nice, now we've got it working. So if we say cats and dogs and we save this and we refresh, boom, data is saving. Okay, so we've made a lot of progress in a short amount of time. We've now got adding stacks. We can, they're not acting correctly when we add more of them. But yeah, we're not going to worry about that for now. We can fix that later. Let's just remove some of them so it looks nice and like this is exactly what we planned. We don't have the ability to add tags yet, though. So first of all, we're going to just refactor a little bit to move these tags into a partial. And that's just a normal refactoring that's going to make your life easier as a backend developer, but also it's going to let us get the data I new attribute for free. It's going to be able to do our work for us if we add this. So we're going to add a new folder name to partials called tac. And in tac, we're going to create an index.nunjucts file. And we're going to grab the HTML from the tac and save that. And then for this, we're going to just say include, and then the file we want to include, which is going to be ... partials tac.njk. And then we also need a data file. I really don't want to make this data file required by default, but I can fix that later. I should write that down somewhere. But let's put this data file in there so that the tac is going to know how to render itself. So it needs a tac.text data. So we're going to write valid JSON this time by putting double quotes around the key name, and we're going to say tac and then text, and this is going to be the default text of each new tac, and we'll just say like default tac text. Okay, cool. So that should render the tags, but we're not going to be able to create new tags quite yet. Okay, it didn't work. Cannot read property lino, so it looks like maybe I made a mistake. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Am I doing this in the same way as this? For in stack.tags include index.njk. Oh, I got this wrong. So we're not going up 2 levels here. Since we're already in the partials directory for the stack, we just need to go up 1 level so that we go up to inside of the partials folder. Although it should still work if we go up 2 levels. I think that should, I don't know, this is probably not the problem. So let's clear this, refresh. Yeah, that wasn't the issue. Okay, so let's see what this error is saying again. Unhandled, promise rejection, template render error, head head index.njk. Why would there be a problem in head? We didn't edit head at all. I guess I'll check it out. What is, oh, you know what it is? I bet it's, I didn't close a div that I should close. Nope. I think those are all closed. I really don't know what this is. Is this anywhere in my project? So if I search for this property, no. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, I agree. It's probably from the parser. Okay, so tac.text, it has tac.text and the data that's next to the file. For tac and stack.tax, let's check to make sure so stack.tax, that looks right. Include, okay. Wait, why didn't I get the error again? Okay, I did get there. Template render error, partials head index.njk. Okay, so it's in the head. I don't know why, because we didn't change anything in here. Okay, so if I undo this code that I just did. So let me just copy it real quick, and then I'm going to undo it. Or let's just undo it to this point. So let's see, does this work? That works. So that it's fine with this. It just has a problem if I replace this with partials. So we're in the partial stack. So we're going to go up one level to the tac. Oh my goodness. So it's just, yeah, it's tac and then the index file inside of the tac. Okay. So we should be good to go now. Better errors for Remake would definitely go a long way to making me more productive in it. What? Are you serious? What is still an error? Shouldn't still be an error. Template render error had. Oh, it's the same thing. Wait, I definitely thought I fixed that. Partials tac index.njk, and in here we have this. Okay, what if we just, okay, I'll try it. That's weird. Oh, yeah, okay. So maybe it's not relative to the template that you're in. Maybe it's relative to like the, I don't even know. I have no, to the templates directory, or to the original, so it's relative to the, to like the parent template. Yeah, I think it's relative to the parent template. I don't think it's relative to the render, because the render file's in lib, and so it wouldn't make sense there. The render is in here, so that would be going up one level and then going into templates. But I never even have to mention templates in here. Yeah, the parent. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now we've got that. So now let's see. So now we should be able to. Let's just edit this data real quick. So we'll save that, refresh. Okay, it's loading again. So now we get the data I new attribute for free. So we're going to be able to create a new item for free. So we have tax in here. Where is the button? So here's the button. We've got the class names up here. And then we're going to say data I new. And we're going to set this equal to tac, which is the name of the partial, and then we're going to say where we want it to go into. So we're going to say it's going to go into tax. And if you're curious, well, how is it going to know to put the rendered tac into this tax class instead of another stacks tax? I can't believe you guys convinced me to do this. Oh my goodness. Stacks and tax and packs. Oh my goodness. How did you guys convince me? um, so you might be curious, like, how is it going to know to put it into this one? Well, it's going to look for the closest class that matches. So it's going to go up one level. It's going to search that. So it's going to search the stack header for any tax. And then it's going to go up one more level. And then it's going to search for that. So that's how it's going to find the closest one. So now we have this tax tasks. Oh my goodness. No, it's stacks. Or wait, stacks. Wait, what is the packs? It's stacks, tax and tax, not tasks. Okay, so now we have this data I new. It should render this tac template that we defined, very painstakingly defined, and then it's going to be, and then it's going to put it into the closest element that matches this selector. So let's save that. Just by adding that one attribute, we should have the ability to click this and add new items. Now these are expanding next to each other. I think using floats instead of flexbox would get around that, but for now we're not going to worry about it. The other thing we want to do is be able to remove tags. So again, simple, simple, simple. All we have to do is when we're editing these tags, we just add this with remove flag to the editable attribute, and now they can be removed. Okay, so now we can click here and click remove. And if we refresh, it's boom, it's all back to normal. Okay, so the next part, okay, so now I can add them, I can remove them, I can rename, I can add stacks. We're all done, right? This is this is a Trello clone. This is all done, right? It's totally done. We're not going to even get to the hardest part, which is reordering by dragging and dropping and moving them to different stacks. We got to get to that, right? Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to go into an old project because I used a reorder and like drag and drop reorder library for an older project. And I want to see what I did, what package I used for that. Because it was really good, and if it just works, that'd be great. Sortable.js. Sounds great, right? Sounds like it'll probably just work. Okay, so and then let's just search, see if like anything else came out recently. We'll say vanilla JavaScript sortable. That's the first one that comes up, and then this. So I think sortable.js is probably the way to go. Let's look at this. That looks good too, actually. I don't know. This one looks pretty good to me. Like it's a nice, clean design. Let's see if it was updated recently. But it has 53 issues, 20 branches, 59 releases, 54 contributors. Sorry guys, I have to take a quick break. One of my nieces is FaceTiming me. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. It wasn't actually my niece. Oh man, this chat is totally off the screen. Why didn't you guys tell me? Was it off the screen for you? Let's put that back. Okay, so it wasn't my niece. It was actually my wife, and she just wanted to check in real quick. Okay, so this one looks pretty good. 4 months ago, then Sortable.js updated 18 hours ago. How can you get better than that? You can't get better than that. 18 hours ago, geez. So it supports all this. It even supports multi-drag. I don't even know what multi-drag means, but it sounds pretty advanced. Can you Oh my goodness, look at all these options. It's pretty sweet. Let's look at this one. Foo, 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 bar, bar, bar. Can I drag it into there? Okay. Well, who knows if it'll work, but I think it looks pretty good. It looks like you can have different groups, and it looks like you can probably drag them, drag items between groups, although I'm not positive about that yet. No, we'll have to manually call save. Yeah, we'll have to trigger a save event manually. Okay, so you say it'll work. I trust you. Let's do it. So we will install Sortable.js using this. So yeah, this might get a little complicated because we might need to like initialize it and then like destroy it and then reinitialize it. I mean, it depends on how smart it is. Hopefully it's pretty smart. Okay, so go back into our Trello clone and we're going to go into our JavaScript and index.js. Oh, I really should put this in a separate file. Let's say user cookies.js. Just clean up this file real quick. Drop that in there. Cookie lib. Okay, that looks good. And then from our main file, we're going to import that, and we're going to import JS user cookie. And just to make sure it's working, when I click this, it should set a new user. Okay, good. So it's still working. Okay, so now to get sortable working. So this is a little bit of a hard part because I've very rarely done this with Remake.js. But let's try it. So we'll import this, and then multi-drag and swap. I don't know what those means. Those mean if anyone wants to like help me out here, I could probably probably use some help. Okay. So it looks like these are all the options. Click example with divs. Yeah, so I mean, but what I really want is an example where I can drag between different elements. But yeah, no, this is good too. Okay, so sortable create. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is basically what we want. So we'll just do that and no, I don't usually use Python. The first language I learned was Python, and I built an app, my first web app on Google App Engine using Python, but I don't use it anymore. I'm not like opposed to it. I really love it as a language, especially list comprehensions were like my favorite feature ever. But no, I don't really use it anymore. Are you learning Python right now? Okay, so we want to get each of these sortable. So that has a class of tax. So we're going to do query selector all tax. We're going to do array from tax list or tac list. I don't know how to say it. We'll do that, and then we'll do for each. I don't think this is going to work out of the box, but it's worth a try. You know, sometimes libraries are really smart. Sometimes they take a little extra effort. But I could imagine this just working. So now, oop, okay, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. So let's console log this element, just make sure I'm not doing anything crazy. Items, yeah, it's the parent item. Oh wait, you can use any element for the list and its elements. Yeah, so it looks like simple list. Yeah, it's just using divs and it's not passing any special options. What did you say? There's an onChange callback. Yeah, definitely. But we want the dragging and dropping to work first. It looks like maybe this JavaScript isn't even getting called. So let's just see if we can get the JavaScript to get called. It's not getting called at all. Oh my goodness. You said, I'm learned, but I'm going back over it again to make sure I really know it. Do you have to init it? Sortable mount. No, so the issue here is I'm not even getting this console log. So I think this should be building the index JavaScript file. Let's look inside of our dist and search here. Oh, maybe it's stripping out the console log. Let's search for sortable here. No, it's not getting sortable. So this isn't building. Oh, okay. Nice, okay. Cannot resolve dependency user cookie. Geez, I should really focus more on the console sometimes. Okay, so index, current directory, JS, user dash cookie. What? Ay. Oh, it's user dash cookies. That's why I copy and paste. Okay. Great. So now, now we've got the console logs. Okay, cool. So let's get rid of that. And we've got the tax. Let's rename this so we can tell if it's being reordered. Nice. And will this work too? There's no way to tell because it's named the same thing. Nice. So can I now here's the key thing. Can I drag this over here? Nope, I cannot. Okay, so now we have to connect these somehow. But that's pretty cool that we've got individual drag and drop reorder. And let's get saving working first. So do you think on end or on change? Called when dragging element changes position. What is on end? Element dragging ended? I guess on change is probably the more appropriate way to do it. On move, event when you move an item in the list or between lists. Or on update, there's so many. On update, change sorting within a list. Or on move, right? I mean, on move looks good too. I don't know. I don't know which one to do it in. Yeah, it's the arguments that you want. But no, I think it's more than that. I think it's more than that. But yeah, I think it is the arguments you want too. Let's just do on move for now because this is exactly the scenario I want. You know, like if it's moving in a list or between lists. So I mean, it's probably not the most ideal one to use, but for now, it'll probably be okay. So we'll do this, and we'll do a function, and then we can call the save function. So um, yeah, I don't think I need the arguments either. So inside of Remake and Knit, we do export some stuff from Remake. Let's see what we export here. So uh, input.js, init input, okay, call save function is what we want. So in here, we're going to say call save function, and then we'll just export this. It's kind of silly because we're just in like the init file, but that's fine. And then we're going to say import this, and then from that, and then we're going to call save function, and it's not going to be that simple because we need to pass in something to call save function. Where is this coming from? It's coming from onSave. Let's go in here. So we need the element the data was synced into and the target element. I mean, it's not really going to matter, but it's good to have the, we can like call this with anything because this only matters if you have more than one save function on the page. In fact, I actually kind of feel bad about using this. I feel like there's probably a better way to trigger this. I don't know. Oh, sorry. This is optional too. We also don't need to include both of those. It's just one or the other. Okay, this makes me feel a little bit better. So let's just call it on the element. So this should work, I think. So now if we drag this to the top, and let's look at the network and see if we got a save call. We did. Let's refresh. It didn't work. So if I drag this to the top and refresh. Hey, Lumi. LumiLeet, how's it going? So let's see if this is being called. And let's get the event too. So we'll get the event and the element, and we'll just put like 1, 2, 3 before this. We'll save that. LumiLeet, what are you working on? What do you like doing? Do you have any projects to share with the chat? Let us know. So now if I drag, oh, weird. It's gonna be, it's not even at the end of the drag. It's like as you're dragging it. That's not optimal. That's not what we want. But we do get this custom event, and we do get this. Yeah, I think what we're going to want is on end. Yeah, I think what we want is on end. And then let's try this. Okay, so we'll drag this to the top, drop, refresh. Blah, 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 blah. It works. We are geniuses, officially geniuses. Okay, dinosaurs. So now if we drag this to the end, refresh, it's saved. The whole page is saved. So now all we need to do, you know what I'm curious about? I thought this was going to be an issue. If I drag and then drop, I thought it was going to trigger a click on this, and um, and then it was gonna enter the inline edit mode, but that's not even an issue. This library must be preventing the click event somehow. I don't know how, but that's awesome that I don't even have to worry about that. So the last thing I need to get working in order to make this a Trello clone um, is to allow dragging between uh, lists or stacks. So Lumi says they're curious what I'm working on, what's special about Remake.js, why make another one, and where can I find out more about it? Lumi, I really appreciate you asking. So if you go to remakejs.com, that's where all the documentation is. And I would strongly recommend looking at the annotated source code for a simple to-do app as a starting point. This is going to take you through line by line what a Remake.js app looks like, including templating by nunchucks. The templating's handled by like a fully spec'd out templating library created by Mozilla, which are the same people that created Firefox. But the core features of this are the data attributes, and Remake.js basically allows you to create an editable web app that has editing, deleting, and removing built in. Um, it has editing, removing, and deleting built in, and creating new items built in. And it's all done with data attributes and like some server-defined templates. So basically, you can create an entire web app in like a couple hours instead of with another framework that might take days or weeks, or even months. My goal is that you add just a few data attributes, you have a working web app, it's syncing the data, it's saving the data, you're able to edit the data. You didn't really have to work, a lot on anything except for the design and adding some data attributes. Um, so that's the idea behind it. And you were curious about why make another one, why make another JavaScript framework. So I actually did not intend to make a JavaScript framework. I started out making a few simple libraries, and then they turned into a framework. So yeah, it was kind of by mistake. Yes, definitely for prototyping or small projects. My idea, so like a lot of the things I struggle with as a startup founder is trying to create web applications very quickly and then testing them with customers. So if you are trying to get an idea off the ground and you want to do that very, very quickly and get feedback as soon as possible, I would strongly recommend learning Remake. But if you're working on a team with multiple people, definitely think about something else like React or Vue.js um, or Angular. Um, and if you're not working solo or you don't plan on working solo in the short term, then yeah, probably think about using another framework. Um, but yeah, if you're just getting started out, I think it's the perfect framework for like prototyping something very quickly. And you can actually see an example of a full web app that's been built out. If you go to requestcreative.com, that was built entirely with Remake.js, and it's a startup that I'm working on. It allows you to do a lot of like pretty advanced stuff, including like reordering stuff, editing stuff, anything. So Lumi says, I agree that all the common frameworks imply a lot of architecture that may be useful for large projects, but not so much for prototyping. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't just relegate this to prototyping. I am currently building like real web applications for real users with it. But yeah, so I don't think it's just for prototyping. I think you can use it for other things. But I think once you get to a certain point and you start like expanding your team and bringing on engineers, something that's going to work with like real components and you know have everything like siloed in its own area, that's going to be a lot better than using something like this. Okay, so now, yeah, I am, flipcoder says use on end. I did, I actually switched to on end. So that's what we're using. Um, so let's get the groups to work. Um, so Lumi says they'll certainly take a look. Part of their job is consulting on technology selection. So you're certainly curious here. Yeah, I think for your like if you, I wouldn't recommend using it right now if it's like an official capacity. I think I'm still building it out. It hasn't gotten its like version 1 release yet, so I would wait for that. Maybe that's like another month or two out. Um, but yeah, I mean, definitely check it out and let me know what you think. And I'd love to answer questions about it, or help improve it if it doesn't quite fit your needs as it is. But yeah, let me know definitely. Okay, so let's see, group. So to drag elements from one list to another, both lists must have the same group value. You can also define whether lists can give away, give or keep a copy and receive elements. Okay, okay. So yeah, this looks easy. So we can just say group name. So let's do this group, and the name is going to be tax, I guess. This will refresh. Eventually, now we can drag, and now it saves. Oh man, we just created a Trello clone within a couple hours, including the design. And you can add items. I mean, obviously it's not perfect. They shouldn't all be like the same height, for example. NBA Lely says, may I ask why no TypeScript? Um, so I'll give you a really honest answer to that. I my first like real programming language was Python, which doesn't have types. My next language was JavaScript, which didn't have types. So I've just gotten used to writing code that doesn't have types. I don't doubt that it'd be useful. I know that TypeScript is all the rage right now. And not only that, it's not just a fad. I don't think it's just a fad. I think it is actually useful for debugging your application. So it is something that I want to learn, but it's not something I'm comfortable using right now. Um, Also, it does get in the way a little bit. I think even if I had worked with types, and even if I did like them a lot, for for like when I was just starting building this framework, I might not have used them because they would, get in the way of just experimenting and playing with things. But at this point, I do agree if I'm releasing a project publicly, having types and having tests does make a lot of sense. So like if you wanted to convert this library to TypeScript and submit a pull request, I would be open to that. But yeah, that would be a lot of work. So that's why I haven't done it yet. Okay, so yeah, we have a Trello clone. I think there's a couple things I want to add. So if we had more than one stack here, you'd see we get squished in here. Um, I'm curious, NBA Lely, are you using TypeScript yourself? Ice Cream Code says, I had to hop off for a while. Are you going to check this code into Git so I can take a look? Absolutely, yes, I will definitely. Um, I can actually do that right now. Let's go to new repository. And what did we call it? We called it Trello clone. Let's call it something different, right? Let's call it, what do we call our main thing? Is it stacks or packs? We'll say like, wait, what were we going to call it? Oh, I forgot. Um, uh, what did we call it? We had a name for it. Task Fellow. Right. Task Fellow. So let's call it stack. I think Task Fellow is pretty good actually. What do you guys think? I like that. Although Fellow, yeah, that's kind of old-fashioned, but that's fine. We'll do task fellow. Oh no, we renamed it, so we gotta remove this. Okay, and let's go. I think we can rename that. Yeah, okay, good. Oh, but then they might sue us. Nice. We're just finishing up our Trello clone. It's pretty exciting. Um, so I'm gonna close all this stuff. I'll show you guys what it looks like, what it, how it's working. Um, task fellow. Hopefully I didn't break everything by switching over. Okay. Oh yeah. I guess that is what we named it in the title. Um, I think task fellow spelled with normal naming though is fine, because then we're not like infringing. I don't know. They probably won't care, to be honest. But we'll just add the W. Okay. My computer is currently struggling. You can probably tell because the video stream is probably freezing right now. I don't know exactly. Um, yeah, it's not that close. They probably won't care, and like I'm not releasing this for money or anything or having people pay for it, so they probably won't care at all. Um, but yeah, my computer is completely going crazy right now. I don't know why. I guess it's because I like renamed and moved this project. Yeah, see, it took 49 seconds just to build this new project. Oh my goodness. Um, oh geez. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe it's like, well, let's see. See the terminal? Yeah, I mean, nothing. I don't know, maybe someone's hacking into my computer. Honestly. Let's see. Activity monitor. Uh, activity monitor doesn't even want to do anything. Google Chrome with 131% of the CPU. Nice. Okay. Let's quit Chrome. Chrome got very excited. I bet it got stuck in an infinite loop. I bet it was the browser extension, to be honest. The live reload browser extension, it was probably like, cannot find old files because they were renamed. And I don't know how to deal with that. Yeah. I can't even like click in Chrome right now. I'm gonna just end it. Like I do kind of want to know the underlying problem, but okay. Whew. Yeah. Um, okay. So, yeah, so now we've got our Trello clone. We can add items. We can move items between the lists. Uh, we can move this down here. We can move this over here. And if we refresh, it's all saved. And we can add new stacks. And what I wanted to finish up with is making it so that these stacks don't squish together. But before I do that, I wanted to publish this. So I wanted to say task fellow, right? Task.fellow and create and undo. So get ignore data lib public. Just making sure there's like no dist file in here or anything. It's all just stuff that you guys would need. Oh, the README I should edit for task fellow. I'll just like rename some stuff. Task fellow app running, and let's just search for to-dos. Okay, that's all I'll change in there. And we'll discard this. So FlipCoder says you should use npm for client-side packages. What do you mean? Like what? Okay. I guess we can reset all of this data to be like look a little bit nice. So inside of John, we'll delete all this. Oh, like Spectre. Yeah, that's true. I never have been comfortable adding CSS with npm. It like always feels a little bit weird and hard. How do bring dinosaurs back to life? How do you say that in a word? It's like reinvigorate or resurrect. Oh, resurrect. That'd be good. How do you spell resurrect? I actually don't know how to spell it. Ooh, I did know how to spell it. Okay, resurrect dinosaurs. What's another task? Blow up the moon. These are all very destructive so far. I feel like my last task should be a nice thing. Solve global warming or climate change. Okie dokie. And we're just going to copy all of these into all the other data so that they'll work for everyone. Okay, cool. And if I check how this looks now, oh, it looks the same. Okay, cool. So now we have this, and we're going to just say initial commit, or we'll say like release of task fellows. Commit. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah. Okay, commit, publish, published. Oops, I kept the code private like an idiot. So I just have to go to GitHub, go to my profile, go to recently published repository. It's decided that it's mostly CSS. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, probably because of Spectre, like you were saying. Okay, so let's go into settings, public, and task fellow. Password, really. Okie dokie. So now that should be available for anyone who wants to try it out themselves. I'm going to make a few fixes, but yeah. I think I'm going to just add I'm going to try to fix the thing where the heights are the same. You know, like if you add items, this is going to expand too. I don't like that. And then I'm going to fix the issue where they squish. So I think both of those can be solved by the same thing. I think it's just using floats. But whenever I say that, floats always prove me wrong for some reason. I don't know why they're so mean, but they are. So we're going to say float left. And it's going to completely disappoint me. Yep. Why? So we want horizontal scrolling. We want, okay, horizontal elements, Y overflow, or sorry, X overflow. I guess we could just try doing overflow X, and then scroll. right? I don't think that's going to work though. But maybe, who knows? Nope. Okay, how to get floats not to wrap. Display inline block, white space, no wrap. Let's look at how Trello did it. Right? That can't hurt. It's this one. Display inline block. They did display inline block. Okay. So then that's the way to do it. Display inline block. Width, overflow, X. And we want the white space, right? I bet they're using it too. No, they're not using. Oh, wait, are they? No, yeah, they are. White space, no wrap. Okay. Boom, bada boom. Cool. Okay, so that should maybe work, maybe. Refresh. Oh man. What? Why? It's so perfect except for, oh wait, because I put the overflow. I put the overflow. Okay, let's get rid of that. Well, at least that'll solve that one problem. Okay, now I can't scroll over here. So I guess let's put the overflow on the body, right? We'll say overflow X scroll on body. I think on body is fine, right? I'm really not sure. Yeah, that looks fine. How to get them to the top? Why are they at the bottom? Um, that's weird. So let's go here. Let's see. Does this do anything special? Margin bottom, overflow X. Oh wait, overflow. There you have the overflow on that thing. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm fine with having it on the body. And then, or wait, am I fine with having it on the body? Because if I look back here, yeah, whatever. I mean, the heading looks bad, but that's fine for now. I'm not going to worry about that for now. It's not going to affect like the core functionality of this. We should have the overflow X on the board though, like they do. But how do they get? Oh, they're positioning this absolutely. That's funky. That's interesting. And then this one, oh, they're setting height equal to 100. Okay. So each height is equal to 100%. Huh, that's very interesting. So, yeah. Okay, so let's do that too. So let's say stack height is 100%. And refresh. What? What is going on here? Stack. Stack, stack, stack. Height 100%. Oh, it's probably because stacks. I don't know. Anyone know? I don't really know why this wouldn't height 100%. Box sizing border box with vertical aligned top. Okay, let's try it. So we're gonna do on here. Vertical. Oh, okay. Well, I guess so. I've never really used vertical align before, like in a useful way, but I guess it works. Vertical align top. And yeah, this looks a little weird, right? With the padding stuff. That's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have to fix that. Entitled stack. Okay. How do I do that? So in here, stack data, untitled stack, and the data, let's copy it over from Jamie. And we'll say untitled pack, untitled stack, and boom. Okay, Jamie. Okay, cool. So yeah, now if we add a new one, I want it to come with some tags by default. The stack should. So let's go here. Jeez. That one. Okay. So here, the stack's name and tax. So here, we're just going to grab this, and we're going to do, oops, it's going to go in here. Ay. Am I confusing you guys? I'm confusing myself. Okay, so this stack has a name, and then it has tax. And so let's just simplify this to untitled stack. Okay, so now let's add one. So now we have untitled stack. Oh, untitled. It should be untitled tack. Oh my goodness. Untitled tack. There we go. Okay, so now if I add it, untitled tack. Okay, nice. And we'll replace John's data with the default data so that we're back to this. Okay, that's our Trello clone. Built in Remake.js within like 2 hours. It's not like perfect. There's lots of improvements you can make, but it pretty much works. You can add as many stacks as you want. You can switch. Oops. Oh, you can't. You can't switch the items. So I could refresh and then I could switch the items. But we're not initializing when you're creating a new item. We're not reinitializing the sortable library. Oh, geez. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I can't be done until I do that, right? I am so tired right now, you guys. I am so tired. Got overflowing working, updated demo data, but I do really want to get this working in a way that, is not, like if it's a Trello clone, it should be a Trello clone. If you add a new stack, you should be able to immediately drag an item from it. Let's let's try to fix that. So do I have a destroy method on this? I do. Destroy. I don't know. For now, honestly, I'm going to be incredibly, incredibly lazy and do this the wrong way. So what I'm thinking right now, and you guys can yell at me, but what I'm thinking is every time I add a new stack, so do an event listener on this button, every time I do that, destroy the entire sortable and then reinitialize the entire sortable. It's the simplest way to do it. It's also the least performant, but I feel like we're not creating like a real application here. The best way to do it would be to call sortable on any new item that's created. So we'd have like a new item callback, which I don't think is in Remake right now. So we'd have to edit Remake, which isn't like a huge deal. So we have this add item event listener. And then we'd have options data, call save function. So right here, we'd say like options data. So we'd say like if options data add item callback. And this is badly named because, I mean, I don't even know if it's badly named. I'm just a little tired. So we're going to say, we're going to call this callback, which we're going to pass in when we initialize remake, but only if we want to. And then we're going to pass back the list element, and we're going to pass back the I guess we'll just pass back the list element because we don't actually get the like child element from this. Yeah, so we'll just pass back. I mean, it's not going to be that useful, but yeah, that's fine. No, it's not going to be that useful because we need the new element that was added because that's what we want to reinitialize on. So list element, and then we'll say item element, and then we need a way of getting that item element. So yeah, we can just do this. This is fine for now. I'm like repeating a little bit of code here, which isn't ideal, but it's fine. So we have where to insert, or we can just say position top. If it was inserted at the top, then it's the first child element. Otherwise, it's the last child element. And then we'll pass back this. Okay, so now I believe that should be linked up with what we're already doing. But just to make sure, let's just do npm link Remake.js, and we'll rerun our server. And now inside of TaskFellow, we should be able to go into public and into remake init. And with init, we're going to have a callback. I think this should work. I'm really not sure, but I think this should work. So we'll do that, and then we're going to get back the item element, and we're going to console log it. Okay. So now let's see if that works. And we got the new one. Awesome. So now we need to do this with the sortable. So we need to pass something out of this. So we're going to say, we're going to do like let add item callback equals, wait, how can we do this? So I want to like use the add item callback right here. So if anyone has any ideas about this, it would be very helpful. But I want to be able to call this or define this here. So this is in my main index.js file, and then I want to be able to say that this is equal to the init to this one. So I'm not exactly sure how to pass that back up into the parent JavaScript file, right? So I'm not sure. Whew. Anyone still with me? Got a few people. Okay, so have the function separate. Um, so I initialize Remake.js right here, and I can pass in this add item callback so that whenever a new item is added to a list, it's okay, Solomon. So whenever a new item is added to a list, this function is going to get called. And so that's currently working. But then I have my main index.js file, which is one level up from this, and it just imports the remake init file. So this file's point, its entire point, is just to initialize remake. But in here, I want to customize remake. So in here, I want to have like the sortable thing that's calling the save function. In here, I want to have some way of defining an add item callback that's going to get called here. You need, yeah, exactly. I don't know how to do that though. I need parameters. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, Remake has like a global options element that options object that it shares among all the different components of it. Oh, um, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I'm definitely gonna change, but for now, for now, it's kind of global. It's not like global, but yeah, it's kind of global. Um, what would you suggest though? Like splitting up the options object into a bunch of different options objects? You did. You looked at my code. Oh no. That's it. Stream over. Don't tell them how terrible it is. I'm only partly kidding. Uh, okay, so um, no, my code's okay, I think. It could definitely use tests though. Um, okay, so yeah, we could. So this is my instinct um, to have something like this. Uh, so have like this remake options object, and this is probably absolutely terrible, um, but you guys can tell me. I think it's pretty bad, but you can tell me like what to do instead. Okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do this, and then you guys tell me that it's terrible. Um, so if I do that, and then I export this, I okay. I'm gonna read that all in a second, and then I do this, then I can do this, which like feels super messy to me, right? I'm defining this object here, then I'm exporting the object. Then I'm getting the object from here, and then I'm modifying the object down here and adding this function that I've defined here. And then here it says, if this object defines this callback, then call it. So in all likelihood, this is all going to be defined ahead of time, and it'll work. But it feels like I'm like repeating a lot of stuff. Does it make sense? Like I feel like yeah, I mean this will work, but it doesn't feel great. But I really don't know another way of doing this. Okay, let's see what you guys said. Okay, so I do that all the time where my require exports a function that takes a parameter that actually creates the functions when called. Okay, so maybe it's not so bad. Um, Lumi, what do you think about this? I'm just curious because like if there's an accepted way of doing it. Okay, so Lumi, I don't know what aspect-oriented programming is. I don't know what idempotent means. I do know what order insensitive means. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you're right, Lumi, and I definitely think I could be writing this code better. I mean, if only in terms of how I'm like sharing options and sharing like creating events. I think I do struggle a little bit with that. Um, I mean, everything works, but I think there's probably a cleaner, nicer way of doing it sometimes. Um, but yeah, I guess for now this is how it's gonna be. Oh, that's a pretty good idea. So yeah, instead, but I don't know. So I mean, if you're talking about bringing out this init function to the main area, I mean, the point of this area is to actually init it. I guess I don't know why. Like why am I doing remake init here and not that doesn't really make sense to just do it here. And I could just move it. You're right. I think that's probably the cleaner way of doing it, honestly, is just like not have these multiple levels, you know? Like just have one level. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I mean, either way, you gave me a good idea. I'll just add the ability to call init multiple times. Yeah, that's true too. But I think I'm just gonna move the remake init out here, and then um, and then we'll just have like one file where we're initting everything. Um, so now we don't need that. We can put this at the top. Do I want to support hot reloading at all? Yeah, I would love that. If you want to show me how to do that, I would love that. I've played around with it a bit. I'm using Parcel.js, and I'm using some like things that are supposed to handle reloading, but they don't handle it very well. Um, so yeah, if you have some ideas about that, let me know. Um, okay, item element, and then we'll init sortable, init remake. Um, and then we'll delete this. JS. Okay, and then I think we can just delete this. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think this is fine. Whew. Okay. I don't think we're using that Ajax lib anymore. So I could probably delete it. Okay, so um, now we initialize remake. We're just calling it directly. We'll have that. I think this will work. And it's like not that much different than it was. And it feels cleaner. Okay, so now if I add a stack, we'll get that. Okay, cool. So now we have the add item callback. So now we can just call this. And we can do sortable create, and we pass in the item element, and that with that and that, or this one. Well, let's rename this down here too. Oops. Just so it's all the same. Okay, cool. So now we reload, and now if we add a new stack, we should be able to drag from that too. Awesome. So let's delete some of these stacks. Okay, refresh, add a new stack, rename this, and drag it. Nice. Everything works. We figured it out. I really appreciate all the help and the feedback. Yeah, turn Remake.js into a closure that takes the callback. Yeah, I've done that before too. I don't know, something about that feels a little dirty. You know, like compared to import and export just feels so nice, you know? And then compared to that, like passing down a function that takes an argument that passes that back up, it just feels a little bit weird. But yeah, I mean, I think that's ultimately the right way to do it. Okay. So I don't know what just happened there when I refreshed. But I think this is working. So I think this is pretty nice. We got our own little Trello clone. Oops. Did you see that? That didn't work. What happened there? Did you guys see that? Okay, let's try this again. Add stack, add stack, add stack, add item, add item. Move this. Oops. Move this. Why am I moving multiple at the same time? That's crazy. What? Oh no. Now this is going to really drive me crazy. Refresh. And we lost some items now. Yeah, it's it's a nightmare. I really don't know what happened. I felt like we had a complete app, and now we don't have a complete app. So add stack, add stack, add stack. Let's try refreshing here. Okay, if there was a bug just with that, that would be crazy. So I think most of the bugs are happening on reordering stuff and moving things between the list. So let's try again. Add stack, add stack. We'll add 2 items here, and then let's move this to there. And now let's refresh. It went back. It should be, yeah, it should be initializing multiple sortables. Is that not? I think that's how it should be, right? So we're initializing a sortable for each tag list. Does it not work if it's blank? Oh, maybe. I don't know if that's the issue. So we'll do that, and we'll move this over here. Huh. That disappeared. The text disappeared. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. I don't know. I have to go soon because my brain is honestly melting. But let's add 2 items. Let's inspect this. We have the data key set to untitled tag. And then we have this one also set to untitled tag. If we get the data, oh, I'm not exporting that anymore on window. But that's important that we understand what's happening. Because if it's a bug with the sortable thing or whatever, that's easy to figure out. Hey Boarstick, hey the Calgar, hey Macrinus, hey Freckles the Trash Bunny. How are you guys doing? That's a funny name. Okay, so we've got this refreshed. Let's add this and then drag this over here and get our data. So now we have, what? Okay, no, yeah, we have two stacks. We have one stack with two tacks, and we have one without tacks. And if we look in here, ooh, this is a problem, right? One is text untitled tag, and the other one is an array. So that's the issue. So it's taking some data that it shouldn't be. Yeah, look, now we have tags inside of that. That's so weird. But we made the items inside of tags draggable, sortable, right? Oh wait, huh? Yeah. We made each of these sortable. No, the issue is that well, I mean maybe that's right, but so this is the parent list for the tax, and that should stay inside of the parent stack no matter what. But this tax list got moved when the child tag was moved, which is super, super weird. It copied the attributes from the parent, not the sibling. Yeah, well, okay. No. Okay, let's see. So now we have, okay, so now we have tax and tag. And if we go over here, stack name, and we have tax. We have tax there. So if we add an item here, it's going to be inside of this list, as it should be. And now if we move this tag over here, it's going to move the parent too, which is super weird. So this, okay, so this stayed. Okay, so that's good. And then this one, no, it worked this time. So if I refresh, it works. Okay, I don't know. Let's try one more time. So add stack, move this over here, refresh. Now it didn't work again. Okay, so it's a very easy case to debug because it's very easy to replicate. So we add this, we move this over here, and now this has the tax. And if we go back over here, does this have tax too? It doesn't. It moved the entire parent along with the child. But here, when I'm initializing sortable, I'm passing in each of the items selected by this, which should just be the tax list. So, I don't know. So yeah, so if I do this, and I query selector these are the two sortable areas that are just the parent, it's the parent list for each of the tags. And that's what I'm initializing. I'm saying array from tax lists for each, sortable create. Oh wait. Oh, I'm messing up this. I'm messing up with this. Because this is the Yeah, let's console log here. So, oh wait, am I? I guess it has to be this. So let's look at what item element is. So when I add a new item, stack card. So I'm passing in the entire card, and that's not what I should be passing in. I should be passing in, that's item element, really? Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, I just need to be not stupid about this. So I just need to say, yeah, first of all, let's say tax element. We'll say tax like list element here, and then this one is the stack. So naming really matters. So stack element, oops, stack element, and we want to query selector and get the tax from that. So now that should work. Okay, I was just initializing it on the wrong element. Okay, so now if I do the same thing I was doing before, so add stack, oh, can't get query selector of, oh, because this is called item element. Oh my goodness. Geez. Okay, so we'll say let stack element equal item element, just so we're like clear about what this is doing. Yeah, okay. Cool, 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 cool. So we'll delete this, delete that. So now if I add a new stack and I drag this in here and refresh, it's still working. Oh, L must be an HTML. What? What does that have? L must be an HTML element, not an object. No, that's not what, I don't think that's what's happening here. So sortable. Yeah. That's not probably, that's probably not going to be helpful. So yeah, it's happening even when it's not empty. It's happening just by adding items to this list. Um, oh, it's getting null for this. So wait, what is this? Wait, tag, what? Oh, what? Wait. Oh. So this add item callback is being called whenever an item is being added to the page. It's being called whenever a stack's being added to the page, as well as whenever a tag is being added to the page. And it doesn't need to be called when a yeah, it doesn't need to be called when a tag is being added to the page. Okay, so we're going to go back into Remake. We're going to go here, and for our callback, we're going to give us an idea of what template name we're rendering. So we're just going to pass back the template name, and I hope that works. So let's get the template name here. Oops, template name. And we'll just do a template name here. Okay. And it's not refreshing, which means maybe something went wrong. No. Okay. Okay, so now if I add an item, it's going to say tag, and if I add a stack, it's going to say stack. And I think that if template name is equal to tag or stack is when we want to do something. Yeah. I mean, it'd be much better to have like some kind of event library where you could say like remake on, and then you could put in like the like add item, and then you could like filter it by like template name or something, something like that, and then it would give you the callback, and then you wouldn't need to pass this in as an init function, and then have to like filter through things. This would be much cleaner. But yeah, that's for a future day. Okay, so let's go here, and we can say we can like add this to our to-dos. Um, add like event hooks to remake that you can call from anywhere, not just init, and filter the results. Okay, something like this. Save that. Cool. Okay, so that'll be a future to-do. But for now, we have this, and I forget like what we're even testing. Oh yeah, so template name stack. Okay, so now this callback, now this should only be called when you added a stack. Okay. Okay, so we'll add a tag, nothing happens. And if we add a stack, something does happen. And what was the error? What was the bug we were running into? Oh, it was saying like you can't call it with an object because it was null. Okay, nice. So that shifts the whole page when we do that. That's annoying. Okay, that's fine. And we can add new tags, and we can't reorder these stacks yet. That sucks. I guess we probably could. I don't want to do it. I want to be done. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm done for now. We made like a very simple Trello clone where you can add these columns. You can add items to each of the columns. You can rename, edit the items. Everything's saved when you refresh. And you can reorder individual items and drag them between the different stacks. And we did that all within 3 hours using Remake, including the design, the beautiful, beautiful design. I think it looks pretty good. I think it works pretty good. Obviously, the next thing would be like reordering stacks. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty basic, but it works. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you want to check out the code, I'm going to publish it all. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Flipcoder. Um, yeah, I'm going to be doing tutorials like this on Remake.js from now until infinity, like for at least the next couple months. So yeah, I'll be like rebuilding all different kinds of web apps and stuff. So if you have any ideas for like what those web apps should be, let me know. Ooh, that would be cool. I would love that. See that integration. Um, I think yeah, that could be pretty exciting. Um, okay, so I'm gonna just edit the data so that it goes back to default, so that people can work with the nice default data. And then I'm gonna push this out. Okay, init code working better. fix bugs with sortable. Okay, I think that should be all the things. Okay, so I'll push that out. I'll try not to change the API on you too much, Flipcoder. Now that I have other people using this, I feel like I should wait until a major version to rework a lot of the API or the code. So I will wait on that, but just be aware that there might be yeah, okay. I'll just make a changelog. I'll make a changelog, and also like there might be a major version sooner than like with some other more established framework, just because it's kind of in development phase. Okay, cool. So if anyone wants to check out what we built today, you can go to this page right here, github.com/pantfora/taskfellow, and I'll post that in the chat just so anyone who wants to can check it out. Now, when I say it's a full Trello clone, it doesn't have user accounts built in. Like these user accounts are just faked out for now. That's one of the very next things I want to add to Remake.js is having like real sign up and login and user accounts and the data being auto saved to the current user. That shouldn't be too hard. What I have right now is a placeholder that just uses like a very simple cookie mechanism to fake out user accounts. But yeah, if anyone wants to help me do that, like pair program on my next live stream or something, let me know. I would love some help with it, or a pull request. I'm planning on implementing the user accounts with what do you call it? Passport.js, and have it all based on Mongo. So yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. It should probably be just like a day of work. But I don't want to use these live streams for that because I feel like that's kind of like back end work. Um, okay, cool. Well, if you want to do that together, let me know, Flipcoder. We could like do a live stream together. Like you could, we could like share the audio or whatever. Like you could call in with Google Voice or something, or Skype or something, and then I could have everyone listen as we code it together. Um, or if you want to do a pull request, that would be incredibly generous. I don't expect that. I know that's a lot to ask, but yeah, either one would be awesome. If you want to reach out to me, if anyone wants to reach out to me, including Flip Flipcoder, okay, yeah, that would be cool too. I would love that. So if you want to reach out to me, I'm Panfora at Twitter, and you can message me on there and we can set something up. That would be awesome. I really super appreciate everyone stopping by. I have been live coding for only a couple weeks now, and I'm very excited about doing it. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So thank you for stopping by. Please check out Remake.js at remake.js.com. You can see all the documentation there. I have some sample apps up there. I'm going to get more sample apps up there soon, like this one and like Blipcat, which is another one that we created. And we'll just keep adding ones as we go along. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys around probably tomorrow. See you later. Bye.